Hello, everybody. Check. Ah, hello, everybody. I'm doing amazing. How are you doing, Lorrea? Today, we're going to be bringing EMEA Continentals from cold, from the comfort of our own home. But, you know, we're waiting for everyone to set up. Round one hasn't fully started yet. I can see that our contestants are getting all their playmats ready. How are you feeling about this tournament, Lorrea? Just had a big ban list that happened 2 weeks ago. First big event that's happening. I love Princess Classic Damage. The game flows like that. The game just flows smooth. I can boost. You're not coming at all. Hey, not now. Um, and all of and doesn't. Um,
Hello, hello, mic test, one, two,
yeah,
1, 2.
formalize.
No, I don't think it's. Oh, I'm coming through, I'm coming through? Really? Okay, nice.
Thank God
Okay, now
OBS just works.
was also my. Yeah, I'm going to mute myself for a second.
I can see that round one.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's the
A
plan.
lot of people.
In the meanwhile, have you seen the EVR? The tournament
Yeah.
stat distribution? We have a
You know how
impressive.
Netrunner players are. They never sign up. Always.
No, I meant the Cobra, not the EVR, whatever. I mean, the stats on the this we already have those. We have an impressive 53% criminal showing. That's over half the field.
Wow.
That's basically half of the field on a quarter of the field on Sable, and then split with Muslihat and Soya.
And Sable an identity that got hit really hard by last ban list year.
Yeah, yeah. So info bounty, I believe. But some people just say, oh, you can just play one Vivi downtown and one whatever filler card, and it should be fine. Just keep trucking. Also, not deep dive because I forgot to mention half of sables were on deep dive. Now 0% of sables are on deep dive.
Right. Do you think there's any specific why people are sticking with stable particularly
Uh,
comfortable?
it's comfortable. Probably you're not tied to the specific deck building that comes with mostly hat. You have to basically only play run events. You also don't want to play Sayat into Alco too much because you can get rated out 5 cards more easily. And Saya doesn't really. Saya wants to access R&D and HQ, and Alco demands that you don't really do that until you can have stabilized already.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, you just steal a Fuji and you kind of die out of nowhere.
Absolutely. And as a reminder for us, stable is runner identity as a random central server mechanic. Start of your turn, randomly select a central server. When you first complete a run on the chosen server, fund action click that you run that server. And stable lets you stack a lot of ability cards that care about running stack that positive. One of those was a card that gave you that server, and counting effects having 2 credits every 6
Hmm?
was just a lot of economy, especially Shazva card that you can getting actions back, you get back runs are basically it was often
Yeah, definitely.
of one of those at a time, even though 2 or 3 copies.
Getting word on chat that your audio is still a bit
Yeah, I'm.
cut sometimes by the Netscape.
Yeah, I have a jank setup.
A bit same. So I have a fan going on. I don't want to to hear it on the mic, but it's hot, so have to take some decisions sometimes. I was going to say we already have round one, and we have all of our parents
Okay. Who's playing?
uh, on our table. Actually, I don't know yet. Anyways, I'll just read the tables. On round one, we have King Solomon against Mace Lele, who surprisingly doesn't have a runner. That's weird. We have a King Solomon, European player, classic. Mace Leyland from the UK.
Solomon, I believe, popularized, if not invented, the aggro Zaya.
Oh, really?
Aggro
That's his idea. The
Yes.
the the self defense. Oh, yeah. Mhm.
Deck archetype called self defense. Um, and he's corporating today, I think, as playing essay. Um, interested to see what this deck has done. A lot of people have been popular. It's been quite popular before
Yep,
the ban list, and I think it's gotten even better.
definitely. Speaking of Nuem, we had Jai making it popular at the beginning of the season
Yeah,
with his
Jai popularized.
measured responses. No, just putting out the groundwork that a Nuven could be measured response, could be fast,
Could
well,
be
not fast advance, could be rush behind the,
rush deck.
seamless, just make you money. Could also be some sort of Bluetooth deck. It's pretty popular, Bluetooth. Maybe we'll see it. Could be anything really. Nuven just makes a lot of cash,
We love
and
cash.
then we just use the cash to do whatever the different players want.
We here at Wayland love cash. We'll do anything to get it.
Even burning through your own R&D.
Yeah. Just get as much money as fast as possible. Doesn't matter. Crash that agenda off the top of the deck. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter at all.
It doesn't matter.
Just puts the VIAWAC on HQ, puts the logjam on the remote or an R&D, whatever. Just not getting it.
Does not matter.
Also, we also have let me go over real quick. We have 6 buys and counting.
And those
6
buys are winning
from yeah, exactly. So these 6 players won their respective Mega City tournaments.
Okay.
And I'm sure that all over Europe, people were fighting over those just to get one extra hour of sleep, round 1, or one extra hour of.
That's such an hour of sleep. But that's such an
really
important hour of sleep.
You don't have to get up. You don't have to wait in line. You can just watch the other players do their thing.
Absolutely.
We have
such a
on
blessing.
table 14, we have C. Karlovna, Fee. On table 52, you have Som Traft, from France, I think.
I'm not familiar.
I think I've seen them somewhere when I was in some French tournaments. You have Basserton also.
It is a blind spot of mine.
It's fine. There's too many players in Europe.
Play less Netrunner. Play more Netrunner.
I'm getting told that some is Swedish. Okay, never mind. My bad. We also have Basserton.
Basserton is.
Yeah, that makes sense. You have Ryan Bantwins. That's this is the problem with Mega Cities, that you can travel to another country and win that Mega City. So I can just say Ryan Bantwins is from Germany, because I don't know who won German Mega City actually.
It could have been.
It could have been
Best player.
German Nationals, Berlin Mega City. Oh, no, never mind, actually.
Okay, and.
Okay, we have a game already?
Game ready to. But already running. Okay. And. I don't have a fun, but do you think Mac crashed it after running? I'll run taking a think here. So on the board we have Sports Guidance, one of the scariest alco cards you could possibly get. Hyper accelerating the deck. Crash on site, 2 credits. Runner asking here to see the actual card text. And Magdalen's already got a sizable, a knick-knack, a, a console, an SMC.
All of the agendas. Well, I shouldn't speak before he actually does the play. Just thinks about it. Just 2 cards from the ability to also just 2 cards from the Moonpool ability. This charges Auko. Shows 2 agendas. Shuffles. Puts counters on it. And also scores the duty serum. 2 trash, 0 to 2 cards. That was a pretty quick shuffle. Maybe because we are going to shuffle more cards, he's just taking a little shortcut. Shuffles the fat, shuffles a card from hand and 2 cards from hand. This also triggers Alco, I think. I don't know if he's going to do it or if he's going to forget. That's the first 2 points of the game. Let's see if okay, we are going to keep shuffling. Well, starts playing their turn on Tansen's side. Play share, click to draw, click to play a shared gamble. And make me make a run, maybe. Okay, doesn't cut. That's fine. Click 3 should be kill that card. No ice.
Go check it. There's no reason not to check it.
Also, misnick activation, I guess. There's no use really. You want to keep that as self-modifying code for just in case card. That propeller could be useful beating at a wall or something. And last click is going to be draw, and then we get to install a card from a discard. It's Wake. Oh,
Okay.
Wake is going to change a bit of the situation. Kills a second knickknack. That's great.
That's fine. That's good for you. We already had one. It's unique. Why do you need more of them?
Exactly. So now we just looks pretty solid position from the runner. It's just run to HQ a few times.
Yeah, and Wake, every time you run HQ, you place a counter on the card. Then when you run RNG, you spend up to 3 of those counters to see that many cards. Really good closer, really good finisher.
Yep. You get 1 card, pressures both both central servers effectively. Just good piece of just closer. Meanwhile, on the corporation side, I'm seeing a FAT. I am seeing
That's another cohort, I think, or a moon pool.
that's a pool.
Moon pool. Okay. Cool.
And oh, a flirt anemone, nice, that's cute. And we are seeing also scatter
Ooh, a
field.
Scattergate. Interesting. Interesting int spend. Very cool card.
Yep,
3
with
to res with 4 strength. That's solidly above carve with 2 Cyberteans.
yep, that's great. The downside of losing all of its strength when there is a second dice in the time server should not be an issue because this
This is
kind
a
of
wide
corporation
deck.
strategy only places one ice behind every asset or agenda. You never know. Yes, looking at the economy, we can't really tell how many credits are hiding just off the camera, but it looks like
It looks like she hasn't. He hasn't taken any clicks yet.
yeah, just commenting that the corporation seems to only have 7 credits, which might seem a lot, but when you start pressing cards, that number goes down very fast.
Absolutely.
So,
So we're running this
Pinhole on
face down.
Archives, we see a face down with Trash, Daniela, and
Danielle
then
is yours.
use Daniela Jorge Ignacio. Thinks about trashing her, I assume because her cost to trash her is to also shuffle back 2 cards. No,
And
it's
Daniela
random.
is a
You don't
defensive
get to choose.
upgrade. So when
Yes.
Daniela is in a different server, you have to trash 2 cards or place 2 cards from your hand in the bottom of your deck just to touch the agenda.
So that's less cards on your hand that you
Exactly.
can they'll die to a fat activation.
Magdalene looking like sitting on a decent amount of credits going into click
Mm-hmm.
2.
It's still not usually taking value of that knickknack.
Just sitting and waiting.
Yep.
Five
Sitting
five
away.
credits. Enough to trash anything, but
Yep.
are we gonna
Just
see the runner go and clear the opponent's board, or are we going to see them, hold back and bide the time?
yep. We're seeing a lot of time. Oh, there's a few more crates there that we didn't get to see for. Looks like the cup is at 9.
Okay.
Oh no, it's because we saw Petty Cash played from the bin. Alco
Oh,
gets to trust cards from their deck, so Petty Cash is a great synergy with that. Just a free 2 crates from arcades, completely clickless.
2 credits completely clickless is pretty big, and we're seeing install, a draw. I believe 2 draws and install, and
Yeah, and
Resig
also the,
Fajon Batista at the end of the turn. If you've ever played with Personal Evolution, that's the one.
mhm,
um, Fajon Batista is a reflavoring as an asset. Deals damage on steal or score, but only once a turn. And
yeah,
he accumulates counters and then spends those to deal a big chunk.
exactly. So when you steal that card could be a face down agenda, you're looking at 2 net damage, plus maybe some more net damage from the agenda or the ice. So could be a lethal proposition pretty fast.
And
We
we
agree?
do
So
we
click
have
1.
seen the anemone in hand.
Yep, we have seen it. It's going to be click 1 to install Township. Let's just save up to draws for later,
And having
which
having
is
those
good.
clicks,
Just
having those clicks for later.
that's the turn.
Yeah, draw up, install some cards, stay safe.
Just give them the says okay, got card it. Just do me a few damages. It's fine. I can take it. Says the runner. Just play control. Play control. Just watch it happen and eventually take over. Okay,
And we're
we're
seeing a
going
run
to
on this in this first server. Looks like
the
no
face down
res.
that we saw the scatter field. So
I believe Scatterfield was protecting Fat Jean Baptiste.
okay. Well, anyways, that's probably should be. Oh, it's Bodo, big
Ooh,
dolphin. The Bodo is 4 strength warrior
yeah.
with 2 net damage and a few on the runs.
And these end
Uh,
runs require Alco to trash from hand. So
that's true.
Alco gets accelerated by the
Oh,
spy.
that's very true. That's very true. Okay, if Bodo fires, Alco does 2 net damage, hitting a counter, and then choose a card from hand, getting a second counter, which fuels an entire activation.
Oh,
We're
and a
going to steal a
sting!
sting. Okay.
Okay.
Also, we did break with
Propeller.
propeller. Yeah, we are going to lose that and that.
Simul chip,
Okay.
a Gauss,
And the
and
third
the
card.
lily pad, the console. Luckily, my
Okay.
villain already has the console out, so it's not a huge loss. But,
Yep. There's the third knick-knack on the hand.
yep. And
Should be
Alco
fine.
drawing 2 cards a turn, seeing 3 cards through the deck. There's a
Just
Regenesis, a Spin Doctor, and a piece of ice, I believe, taking the Spin and the Doctor in hand. The Spin Doctor and the
mhm.
Regenesis in hand. Install and
Yes.
res the Spin Doctor.
So
Not
keep drawing.
even,
Keep drawing.
not even giving the opportunity to let the runner blunder into wasting a click.
Yeah. Just pressing the advantage. Just let's draw first to find something
Something
to
to
really
push.
threaten the runner with. Could be a Regenesis fake out. We don't really have a card on archives, I think. Oh no, it's a card that we didn't even get to see.
I believe
And
that was a
then
sting, another agenda.
then and
Another
then our
agenda that
Genesis
hurts you.
is face up, I think. Is the I mean face up? No, it's no, never mind. No, it's the
Something
card
good.
that's not protected by any ice. It's very interesting.
And there's still an anemone in hand.
Just click one to the road. Just not even biting on the stone ship to run. Just you know.
Biding the time. And
Keep biting.
I believe Tanzan has drawn into a roller skates.
Yep. Install those skates.
Spend some time
Click
thinking
3.
about it. And roller skates give the runner basically 3 net damage that they don't have to take.
Yep. Just 1 card for 3 cards.
That Jean Batista getting more counters every single time.
Well, actually, let me add a quick note that the air blades only work while you're in a run. So you need to take the damage, let's say offensively. You can't just stay back and tank the net damage from Fat John Batista while he scores. You need to actually steal the agenda and then use the air blades to evade the net damage. Oh, yep, we see
Can
this
you
thing behind the border. Yep.
can you use air blades to stop the anemone from encounter effect? Or that's an on
No,
res, right?
it's on rest. Yeah, that's what you rest.
Okay, so you have to
But you
spend
can
2
still
counters.
2 counters for the anemone. And
And
also, when you prevent the net damage, the outcome doesn't get charged.
exactly. So good. It's a
Should be
good
okay.
card at slowing down the specific Alco asset style decks.
Mhm.
Can't quite see what's been res.
I
It
think
looks like a
that's
cohort.
cohort. Yeah,
Yeah,
cohort. Just trash a card,
dangerous, must
draw a card.
trash.
Yeah,
But
must trash, but also like
Sterngrove boldly placing it uniced, maybe believing the runner has too many threats to deal with.
yep. Also, maybe Stangrove is also just running a low on ice version code, or just isn't seen enough ice to protect all of his cohorts. Okay, install that was advanced or just one?
think that's
It
two.
looks an archive a lot. That's like a cheeky. I guess pretends to be a cheeky assist or something like that. Um,
This could be a
it was interesting.
Regenesis push for 4 points here.
Yeah. Could put you at 6 points out of nowhere, and then just a quick hybrid release cost you from hand. Okay, we're going to see Sting. We're going to do 3 damage. No, 4 with only 3 cards in hand. So this could be lethal unless oh, we're getting big play here. As we just discussed earlier, Blade can save you from this. Stone Shape, you can't do this on reaction. This isn't like the Gathering.
You gotta pop it preemptively.
Preemptive pop, and you have to. You had to like we saw like Stangraf just giving a few times like just advance, think. That was the predictability dance to actually play, and then Tansen
And
just loses because he didn't predict correctly that this was a sting. So,
wow, just
so out of nowhere.
out of nowhere
Yep.
for what was that 4, 5?
That's 4. And Tansen only had 3 cards in hand. Could have popped Stone Sheep, could have popped SMC for a card that triggers Lily Pad, just didn't. And then once you saw the string, it was too late. Unfortunate. That's an experience
Unfortunate.
that you'll never forget. Or maybe you'll take this one for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, definitely,
Every
definitely.
time
And
you
those
face
those
Alco
kills,
again.
those kills out of alcohol are so sneaky, especially with Sting. And Sting increases. You remember the Tanzan had already stolen one
Exactly.
from the deck, so that kill was more damage than I think he was anticipating. Not reading the card as a Sting, but instead something else.
Exactly. So they're going to report their games. Shoutouts to the new Cobra that now lets you report from your own account instead of having to tell the TO. Both players need to report. And that was
Although
we could call it a quick game. Didn't get to see the full 7 points. So now we have a few minutes to talk about. Sadly, this isn't GNet, so we can just hop on over to the next table.
yeah, but seeing the players' hand movements, I think, does add a lot to me personally.
Definitely. Also
I like seeing people
getting to sneak a
deliberate.
few, getting to sneak.
Yay!
Victory.
Look at the
That's
fucking
nice.
dog. I love dogs.
Funny dog. Also, nice playmats. I like seeing those.
Blood in the
23.
water. Blood in the
What's
water.
23? I think that's the smartware and the no signal stuff. That's good.
I believe the smart one was from 2022,
Right.
but Blood in the Water, just such a beautiful card art.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's really cool.
I have a friend who's desperately looking for one of these somewhere, but I suspect it will be hard fought to find it.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Meanwhile, if we have some results to report on Cobra.
And on Cobra,
Okay,
we have about
half of the
half,
field, more or less.
more or less half of the field has already finished.
Mhm.
Waiting for everyone to wrap up.
Okay, can you swap over it and then
Yeah, I see a lot of names familiar to me. Matt
Mhm.
Oh No is actually a local of mine.
Oh,
Uh,
really? I thought he
yeah.
was British.
Well, he used to be a local until I moved out.
Okay, okay, okay.
Um, Malice Moda, good friend of mine. A lot of familiar
That's
names, a lot of
yeah.
big names. Lifeline,
Lifeline.
big tournament runner. I see
I
Kikai.
thought Lifeline was an OTO this tournament. Because
I thought so as well, but
because not. That's nice. Uh, let's start results. On table six we have Oli playing Auko against Ams playing Safonto. Surprisingly, Ams wins this matchup,
oh my
which
goodness,
I
it's
thought
such a swingy matchup. I feel.
it's such a strong matchup. It's known for their sabotage ability, which makes the corporation trash cards from hand, which Auko loves to do naturally. So usually this just accelerates the game for both players a bit too hard, a bit too fast. Usually Auko gets more benefits, but just a lucky sabotage from the runner can easily steal 7 points. And also, a font of can stay on 7 or 6 hand size, which can give the corporation a bit of trouble lining up kills. On table 8, we have James 123 against Malice Mother, Nebula against Hoshiko. Probably the one of the matchups of this tournament. Well, actually not, because Hoshiko isn't far down turn, but definitely Nebula is one of the most played corporation IDs. I think it's basically all of MBN. Yep. Looking at um, the tournament now, like NBN is 20%, 17% is just Nebula, and the other NBN IDs are just 2 Epiphanies and 2 Platybusts. So Nebula is definitely something that all runners have a plan for, since that for Malice Mother it just wasn't enough. You also have Fanakito against Clicky Clacky on no MSA and News as Sable. This is a runner victory. Nuben can have some trouble against criminals. All rush decks have trouble against criminals with Hermes, with their crit denials. Suddenly you can't really rest that big logjam. Your agendas are very easy to steal. Also, Nuben, depend on the build, can have more or less agendas that can give twinning a lot of use very easily. We have Alice Cell against Marano, playing Leo Construction. Is it Leo or is it LEO? I know it stands for low Earth
I always
orbit.
call it Echo.
Mm, I like calling it Leo. I think it's cute. Anyways, against Saya Sadegi, this is a runner victory. Leo Construction is a bit more glaciery, usually. Just using the ability to trust bioroids to deny agenda steals on remotes. Seems like Saya just bypassed the ability entirely, probably stealing all of the agendas from HQ or R&D. Once you get bounced, you just run again. We have the Robin against Mallory Lovelace. Okay, interesting pronoun matchup until 15. We're not going to get into the pronoun discussion today, but we have the Robin with none against Mallory with different to your pronouns.
Incredibly,
So
incredibly based.
this is a nil against all kind of matchup. Very nice to see. Shout outs to all of my queer runners, which is like half of the runner community, as included. Uh, so yeah, mostly had to win against Mirror Morph. Mirror Morph is a very underplayed identity, but maybe there's some source to be found. All HB identities just get buffed by the release of Luminal. So we'll see if this is just PD Light or Leo Light in Mirror Morph, or maybe there's some super spicy junk going on.
Last rotation with Miramorph, we had some very weird, interesting, unique decks.
Yep.
We had hot and cold, I believe it was called.
Icy Hot, maybe? Something
Icy
like that.
hot,
Yeah.
icy hot, the prison deck.
Yeah, the
With
classic Mirror Morph prison with
Miramorph
front
prison,
company.
yes, taxing you out of
NCA
clicks.
to. No, what was it? Austerity policy, it was?
Austerity program where you could click it to remove a click from the runner. Then you had cold site server, which you could click it to make the austerity server take. What was it? You need a click and a credit to run. Let me pull it up now.
Yeah, you spend a click and a credit to charge it, and then the runner needs a click and a credit to run that remote, and you lose the counters. And then they used what's it called? One reception to turn it face down. When your turn begins, removal has the power counter. So what you do with this is one reception de-reses itself to de-res another card.
Yeah.
And this is the card.
Yeah.
Like, you just never lose your positive
You
power
never lose the
counters.
counters as you would de-res before you had to remove the counters. And that combo is actually still in standard. Austerity program is not in standard anymore, which I believe was a key piece of the whole deck.
Yeah, this MCL austerity was the card in Mirror Morph pre-rotation. Just a great way to spend your free click while also getting
advancing your board state. Yeah,
advancing your board state. You tax the runner. Eventually, you are going to steal an agenda straight from HQ. Usually a 5/3.
And you just lock the runner out of the game there.
Yep.
Another card was Trias Model Bioroid.
Yep. That's still in standard, but what's not in standard is Loki, which is the one Bioroid that doesn't get clicked through. So Trias Model Bioroid, what it does is that the runner cannot click to the runner cannot click through through your Bioroids. Cannot use non-icebreaker, so no boomerang, no clicking through. You can still bypass with a Physical Entangler, and you can still break it normally with cards like. Wait, am I getting it wrong actually?
Yes.
Runner card abilities cannot break. So my bad. I was getting it wrong. I was thinking of
you must
next activation part. You must click through it. There is no other way. Runner card abilities cannot break subroutines, and the chosen ice means no ice breaking, no boomerang. The only way to break through is clicking through the just to the. So you put it on Loki, which is a Bioroid with no click ability, and it just can't be broken. And Loki copies your best ice.
It's pretty brutal to see it in action. And actually, one of the best ways to get rid of around this card was actually Benhar.
Yep.
Because it doesn't matter if you couldn't break it, you were going to take 1, 2, 3 net damage instead of the nasty side effects of the Bioroid ice. But now with the change in ban list, Benhar is gone, and I'm gonna pull Benhar up to you just to show you the card. And this is one of the biggest changes to the ban list, I think. Benhar warped ice placement. Benhar made it so a 1 ice server was never safe. And mostly the Anarch faction was the only faction that could abuse this card, but every deck had to be completely prepared to have their ice invalidated by turn 2.
Yep.
So normally you would have your big beefy ice in the inside, and on the outside you have a dinky, small, tiny Castleroy or a ping, something with one subroutine, low strength, something you don't very much care for. Um, and just completely warping ice design and
Yeah, definitely.
placement.
It means that for many corporations, your only option is to have two eyes on every central, and also you remote. And if
Exactly.
you can't get it all done, the runner runs over you way too fast. And sometimes the losing cards isn't even a problem. You have steel skins, you have strike farms, you have raindrops, headstone.
Anarch loves losing cards.
Yep,
It's the whole faction is built around losing cards from hand.
exactly, exactly. You have let's get talking about these results in the meanwhile. We have
A lot of games are wrapping up by now.
yeah.
Table
Let's
3
just
is
skip.
still running with the Mirror Morph deck. I'm very interested to see this. I want to put this
Oh,
on
LP.
screen.
LP is going to as well.
Not that much ob. I'm
Yes,
looking through the list.
surprisingly
There's not
lacking
that much
actually.
ob. There's
There's a lot of
7,
well,
8.
as much of as there is PD, but it's also like Nuben is carrying a bit of the Wayland faction as well. Surprising lack of all of the other ideas like Build to Last and Suiki.
Mhm.
Seeing just one Suiki compared to the 8, for example,
Mhm.
which
And,
some people compare as being basically the same idea. One Joker, one two credits.
yeah, and we haven't actually seen uh, the corporations that the runners currently are having. I believe if I go to standings, we'll be able to.
Ah, yeah. When round one wraps, we'll get to see what two decks each player brought.
Up super heavy, only with 16. I say only, but as Bioroid has shot up, so has
Yeah,
Nebula. Previously, you'd have expected it to be mostly Alpo and Ob super heavy, but now there's a lot more diversity in uh, what identities people have brought to the field today. Um,
yeah, exactly.
I People seem to believe in precision design, both with Benhar and Sable getting nerfed. Uh, traditionally is HB's uh, biggest, biggest, biggest weakness.
Yeah, it is. It is.
They would, put a single small eye on HQ that would easily get broken, and you'd get hit with good old account siphon. Nowadays, people would be running transfer of wealth. Same concept, little smaller, but still losing 3 credits when you don't expect
Yes,
to, and you resin
exactly.
ice. It's pretty brutal.
And also, you get the big difference between Transfer of Wealth and the other credit stealing events is that Transfer still lets you access cards from HQ.
Exactly.
So if
You
you
could
have
even
a
steal an
charged
agenda
twinning,
off of that
yeah,
brutal
and then
Black Mage
Hermes
move.
activates, and suddenly your board is in shambles. You have
Yeah,
lost the credits, you have lost your eyes. The agenda
absolutely.
that you thought you could protect is now just completely stealable. And suddenly you've lost 4 points out of nowhere, and maybe
Exactly, yeah.
it's the
But
game just lost from that.
both Sable's economic output and, you know, the Bernhard ban has seemingly improved Hasbirod. And of course, we can't forget the baby, my
The
my
baby,
child, um, Franz.
Luminal.
I love Luminol. I love Luminol. It's finally back. I love Luminol. I cried. I'm not afraid to admit I cried when I saw
You
that the kid
cried.
was getting unbanned.
I mean,
It's
it's good. It's great
it's
even.
so fun to play with. It's you. It's like you place this card, and then everything just coalesces, and you're winning the game because you scored it. It's beautiful.
Sure. We'll see a lot of Luminals card and stolen, probably. One thing that I just realized you can do, like very recently, is that with Luminal in precision design, you can get back what's it called? The new Rashida.
Uh,
Um,
Human
something
resources.
human resources. Yes, that's costs 3 clicks to activate, basically your entire turn. But if you just start with a Luminal instead, you can seamless advance score. You have 4 clicks left. Then you can
Oh.
install. You can get with precision design the human resources from your bin if you don't.
Or you can back to seamless.
Yeah, you can get better seamless if you do have it. That's the usual. That's the usual plan. But if you get back the human resources, you can install it and then activate it on this same turn just
Oh
for
my
free.
god. Just
Instead of
you
having
just
to wait an entire turn,
you just
keep rolling
off with the horses. It's just
with the horses.
full speed ahead all the time. No
Just keep
breaks.
tracking. No breaks at all.
Install the
Exactly.
next agenda. Score it.
Yep. Just keep going, and never stop. And the
Never ever
runners would
stop.
never catch you. You win on turn 6 on 7 points.
The runner's still assembling the board and they're like, what happened?
The runner looking at you with like a killer installed and a boomerang.
Yeah. Only one game left until we can go to round 2.
Yep. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it?
Sleep Table 29. Sleeper versus Augie. Alco versus
Oh,
Sebastian Souza Pessoa.
that's a pretty high profile game. Sleeper, shoutouts to him. He placed 7th on my tournament, the online elevation league, which wrapped up just a few weeks ago. We're not going to talk about it too much, but some players that I never knew just showed up to the tournament and completely
Just wipe the floor.
dominated. Sleeper being one of them.
Yeah. Do you know anything about Sleeper?
I think he's from Germany, I think.
And has
That's
he been
all I know.
playing for a long time?
I do not know. Nothing at all. Complete unknown to me. But
Wow.
we'll probably see him at the top. And there's so many sharks in this tournament. There's not enough space for all of them in the top 16 is the problem. But we'll have to see who actually ends up floating to the top and who doesn't. Sleeper.
I mean, of course there would be sharks in this tournament. It's Continentals.
It's Continentals. So everyone is coming out for Continentals.
No one wants to sit this one out, really.
Exactly.
And if you win this one, do you get a buy in Netrunner Worlds?
You do. Exactly, you do.
Exactly. You get to
Oh,
sleep in on Netrunner Worlds. Guarantee that you've won the first round if you win this tournament.
seems like we have our first tie due to time already, round 1. Alpi against Mr. Bellis. It's a 1-1 score. That's incredible. And then table 29, it's a
Yeah,
win for Augie,
win
actually,
for
not for
Augie.
Sleeper. That's okay. I could
Probably,
commentator curse. We
probably.
didn't need to. I didn't even need to. What's the game to jinx that one?
Yeah, presumably winning by time, having extra agenda
Some
points,
extra points. Yeah.
but not to 7. I am excited to see what the Sebastian Pessoa believers have brought to the game today.
Oh,
Let's
yeah,
see how
that's true. That's
many.
true. Celestia was really dependent on Vanguard, maybe even more than other identities like Hoshiko
Yeah,
or
yeah,
Esa.
truly. Um,
Celestial
Especially because,
doesn't play as many breakers. Yeah.
yeah, because not only is Banhara a connection that you can get down and is protected by Sebastian, his ability, Sebastian was incredibly important to landing those early uh, drain effects, those
Yep.
early siphon likes, the
Mhm.
transfer of wealth. It was really important to smash through the one ice on HQ to land your big swing. You gain 6 credits, you drain for 3, you take a tag, you install another card from your hand.
Yeah, you install instantly. You can even install cards like Manuel Lattes de Moura that lets you see one more card from the HQ you're running. You can install
Huge bloodbath from
a friend of a friend who can
yeah,
clear the tag
yeah.
that you just got,
And there were
which can do
two. I
anything.
think there were two schools of Sebastian decks. One of which ran Bling.
Oh, the
Yeah,
Blink Celestial.
people were experimenting with Bling. So
Oh
Sebastian's
yeah, because the
ability,
discount. I see.
yeah, discounts cards from your hand when you install them, letting you draw through your whole deck.
That's
And
very interesting. I think I saw Soka play it once.
the more popular console run for Sebastian was Amon
Yep.
which actually wanted you to say tagged at the end of your turn, so you could draw 2 cards the next following turn. Powerful
Hmm.
engine piece, you just tear through your deck,
Just
really.
take tag, but if the corporation doesn't play any tag punishment, you
It
just
doesn't
don't
matter.
care. And then next turn you draw 2 cards when you clear that one tag with like friend of a friend or
Or
free lunch
manually with
or
your.
yeah, or manually with your tag, your clear tag action. Valentina, I think is her name, just gives you a credit whenever you clear the tag. So that's basically one click to lose 1 credit and draw 2 repeatedly.
Huge.
This is just huge. You set up a huge engine. And also, speaking, going back to Banker a little bit, uh, she just it just said loves playing a Rosita's crew. I think there's a often it's said to take the tax. You kill the ice, so Banker can get through the important ice while Rosita's crew kills the other ones, whatever they may be.
And the two synergize very well there.
Yep.
You could even run Benhar on a different server, force them to res ice, to respect it, and then go trash a different big ice, the BOX, the brands on the remote after they've committed all their credits defending central servers. So those forks were really, really strong from Sebastian. And
Yep.
there were a couple people who believed that Sebastian was one of the best runner decks, actually.
Yeah, it definitely looked like it early in the meta
Especially when it
game.
gets going. But, you know, it does have a little bit of clunkiness in
Yeah.
setting up, which I think was one of the things holding it back. You had to navigate that clunkiness in your early hands. Um,
Okay. We
Waiting on round 3.
we're just in between rounds. We'll wait for round 2 to come up and then we'll talk about whatever happens.
Yep.
So now the Sharks really enter the pool. All of the players that started with a bye now to play. We'll
So
see.
we're gonna see some more cutthroat games, maybe.
Yeah.
Um,
Also, worth mentioning that in the UK Nationals, mega city London, I think, there was a huge bug that made all of the bye players play each other in what was called some sort of the bye I don't know, carousel, death
mhm.
trap, crab bucket. Seems to have been fixed from what all of the
Yep.
have mentioned. Let's hope it doesn't happen again.
Yeah,
Could be pretty
I'm really
funny.
looking forward to
Some game
some
action.
good games today.
Let's see what. Oh, interesting. That's a 131 player from France, very strong.
While we're
On
waiting on the
Oko
second
and
round,
Muslihat, instead of his usual Sebastião. He's not a Sebastião believer. That's very sad. We'll see what he has cooked up with Muslihat instead.
And this tournament is on single-sided Swiss. So we're going to
Yeah.
play one game of one side, then we're going to pair up with a different opponent and play maybe the same side, maybe a different side. It works out that across the 10 rounds, you're going to play the same amount of games on each side. While we're waiting for the second round, I'm going to go refill my water.
Okay.
Rest my
Let's
voice
do
a little bit, get ready for the whole day.
Let's do a quick break, and we'll see you back on round 2.
Yeah, I am
Okay.
here with you. I've got
We
some
have a
fresh water.
game.
I'm
We have a game coming up. It
I'm
seems to
adjusting
be
the players
civil against.
rapidly. Pincel on corp with precision design. One of the ideas we were talking
Oh,
about earlier. Running precision design. And on the runner side, Sailorlon.
okay. Well, Pencil on precision design. We love to see it. Pencil, for those who are a bit newer, won the World Championship on 2020 something.
I want to say 22.
Yeah, 2022 on precision design itself.
Not
So
really.
after precision design was a bit of a slump this earlier this year. Oh, it's over. Even Pencil's out of precision design, but he's back. He's back. Precision design is back. We love
We're
to see
so
it.
back.
We're going to be scoring some agendas behind some eyes.
Gonna be
Sable won't even
jamming.
know what hit him unless we install a Hermes turn one or something. Because this, even though Pencil is our world champion, you can still lose. It's a good hand and a good player.
Absolutely.
So we'll
But
see what
Sables,
we get.
both of these IDs I think are quite skill testing.
Yep, definitely.
I don't think they play themselves. And our players are still getting sorted here. And precision design taking its first role. Just setting up, checking all your
That's
clicks, making all your
all your credits, all your
yeah.
clicks.
And we go with
Hey,
hedge
that's going to
fund.
be click one hedge. Just pass the turn. What happened here?
That
Was this a
upgrade
draw
on
hedge, something like that?
that an upgrade on HQ?
Could be, could be. Yeah, yeah, seems like it. That's seems to be a hollow or some sort of transparent identity.
No ice.
No eyes. So I guess that should be a skunk works for uh, click,
Yeah, for
defend against
Skunkworks.
against its own fear of wealth.
Mm-hmm.
On the hand, we are seeing that's Debbie downtown, I think.
Yep. And Debbie gets a credit every single time you play an event.
And
And
we are going to play as a
yeah,
clean
clean
getaway
getaway.
already. Currently, this gets sale at clickback, so it's effectively a run and 3 credits for free, completely for free, and even gets one entire credit on debit for later. What card is that? Looks
It
like
is
a nice,
Vlad.
maybe Hagen or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, we see Shiroleth. Uh, why did we raise that one? Ah, no, it's a run on HQ. My bad. It's a
Yeah, it
run.
is a
It's
run
not
on
a
HQ
past turn.
after the run on R&D. And our call was correct. It was a Managarm Skunkworks in lieu of
Yeah,
ice, I think, here. Pitel respecting the turn one transfer. Normally, you would see a defensive upgrade like this go on your remote server.
that's going to be a open market. Puts a few credits on it forever.
And
While
Corp takes the turn, takes the mana
yeah,
turn.
well,
Takes another draw.
click
I presume looking for ice.
install. Ice on top. Oh, ice on
Ice
HQ.
on
Okay,
HQ.
okay.
So what do you think this
Mm,
face down is?
It's, I mean, it's a spin doctor because that's the only card that you don't really care. But it could also be Tranquility Hungry,
Oh,
which
true.
has a very high trust cost. So against some runners, you can just install it, and they will waste a click running it and not trash because it's you don't want to go down to 0 credits from 4.
Exactly.
We're going to install it, Cheswick.
That's the coffee.
Cheswick. We are on one credit on the runner. A lot of fake credits, you could say, but not many real credits. Okay, never mind then. That's going to be clean getaway. On
Refunding
R&D,
the click with the Sable and
yeah,
getting +3 credits and seeing a
some
card
good pulls on.
and getting a credit on Debbie as well. You can see how
There is,
quickly the Sable engine manages
yep,
to
that's
like
going to be
assemble
trash
itself.
one. Just for free completely because Tesla just gives you money every turn.
Yeah.
So now the runner has some good credits. I think on hand I'm seeing Kurupira and Shibboleth and
Oh.
maybe Copulation. Oh, that's going to be
Oh.
steal. What agenda is that?
Oh.
It's midnight.
Oh.
Oh,
It's
that's
midnight. We're playing Shoot the
that's
Moon.
it's a spin doctor, yeah. It
We're
was not for
playing
critical
Shoot
hit.
the Moon in this deck. This is
I
not
mean, should have
really
maybe something
normal.
else entirely. Yeah. But that's already breaking from the usual three agendas that are Office, in Qatar project, and what's the new one? Vulnerability project. So just could be something else entirely. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what Pincel and his team have told us. What are we thinking about here?
Red level clearance?
Oh, it is.
I don't think the runner can respond to it. Unfortunately, we can't hear what they're discussing. I'd
Yeah.
love to be a fly in the wall and hear exactly what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Um, maybe Sailor Laurent was just reading the card, but I believe red level clearance refunds the click here. So
Yep.
spending a
Maybe it
credit.
was draw to gain a click, and then here comes the way. Yeah, you were right. It looks a lot like Shoot the Moon.
With
Deck pioneered by Man in the Moon that plays a lot of your digital lives and card draw instead of the usual piece economy in hedge funds. With Gatekeeper Gun and Rashida Gun, this deck looks a bit weaker, but maybe Pencil has got something cooked up.
YDL, one of my favorite cards. Just rewards you for good NBN hand management stuff. Takes another draw. On the runner side, we see
Oh,
another Shibboleth. Not very useful, unfortunately. Um, but R&D is
also,
wide open.
we did see a new remote made on the corp side. So keeps hammering R&D. All of the roles
Yeah,
on Sales Mark have been R&D, you know?
yep. And, you know, the corp is sitting pretty on 12 credits, but once you score those agendas, you know, that money can dry up very fast. Making sure to take a sip of water every time. I keep hydrated and the voice well tuned.
What are we thinking out here? We're shuffling the mark. Okay.
Okay, shuffling them off for the next turn.
Never mind. It's just the corp turn and the runner just shuffle.
Fully operational.
Fully operational, just the basic one, just
What
the
is
two
this?
activations.
What is this deck? I'm in love, but what is
What
it?
is I guess you fully operational for just a turn of draw, then you play YDL. I think that's maybe the
I
plan.
want to play this deck right now.
Well, if Pinsel wins the tournament, then all the deck list should be published eventually, so look out for that. I wonder what could be in finally with Ice R&D. I wonder what's behind the Ice remote. Could be anything. Maybe it's just a secret home grid. Maybe it's something completely new, some sort of weird asset. I'm not really thinking about it, and that's that's how you play well. You don't reach the world champion level by rushing through your plays. If you think about them, use your time wisely. Installs on the spin doctor. Usually this makes no sense, but in fully operational PD, this makes more sense.
I'm absolutely in love with with this fully operational precision design deck. Whatever he's having to cook, I want this deck building prowess.
Or we're running R&D again. Wow. Judge, please check this. Check this mark deck. Something wrong with it?
Absolutely.
Oh, we're seeing by advance.
Bahia band. Interesting why he hasn't fired off the bravados yet.
I guess it's afraid maybe of a drafter or
Draftify would be quite nice here for the corp, but actually running on
R&D. We are going to spin away some face down agendas usually. One of them. And things about the okay, it's interesting. And then we are going to show all of the tech. I don't know what's the face down card. I think maybe that's nano management. I think that's the okay. So we're looking at some really innovative stuff. Nano management seen as a one-off, maybe in some regular precision designs as a way to score the last 3 points. Not really that much common nowadays. Maybe it's part of some sort of combo piece in this deck. Maybe it's just a deck that likes to score 3 pointers from hand or 4 pointers from hand.
The thing is, if you get rich with your digital life, it doesn't matter how much money it costs to fast advance with Nano. If you have 30, 40 credits, maybe that's the idea.
We'll have to see how many credits Pencil gets to make this turn.
But the idea of fully operational, as well as your digital life, lends me to this idea that we might see a lot of agendas straight from the hand, from Pencil's hand.
Very likely, very likely. Although I don't know how you make it fit with the nightmare. No, not nightmare. Midnight Archive, because that's 4 pointer force advancement agenda. So you'll have to spend 2 nano management. Oh, that's wage workers. That's where the next league is coming from. I see. And just puts the nano management straight into the bin, I think. And then installs a card, advances it a few times. Yep.
Where's it out?
Just explains the entire concept. Oh, okay. Nice.
Yes!
Nice. You have a luminal score.
Get
So now you have
back.
4 clicks.
Oh, you're
Since the white is that going to hand or is it's going to hand? It's not being played. Okay, install.
Okay.
Think about it.
Are we gonna do the humanoid resources thing you mentioned earlier?
I don't think so. I don't see a human resources in the hand. Maybe. Also, we could be seeing another click from wage workers. Maybe.
Wage workers.
Wage workers super combo. Yeah. You see 3 or the 3 advancements. You then use it for the 3 installs. Maybe for the 3 draws could be really good with a YDL.
Digital
gives you
life.
an extra digital life.
Installs. I
Just really keeps thinking how this install.
yeah,
Like, what are you doing?
I
Install,
believe
what
I
are
did
you
saw a
cooking?
humanoid resources in hand
Okay,
actually. We could see an install and humanoid fire this time.
could be good, could be good.
Big gas.
But you will have to play it Spinsol. What are you doing?
He's thinking. He is thinking.
Calls for a judge, maybe? Time? No, not time. Slow play. It's a real thinker of a turn, isn't it? And it's got a lot of options.
Yeah.
What
Sable's
is
had a
happening?
very quick setup actually here. Got already
Yeah,
three
definitely.
credits on Debbie. Um,
2 credits on Debbie.
two
Um,
icebreakers.
yeah, that's gonna be the Tespe and
Equivalent.
Sioleth. Also, no free lunch. It's just 3 credits on this match. That
Three
doesn't like
credits.
we are good in time. 3 more credits
Three
from
credits.
the side hustle, which
Mm-hmm.
should drip slowly, but you can also just spend them in playing a class act or a Dr. Nuka or a second side hustle or a third one.
I don't think we've actually seen any influence on the runner side apart
Yeah,
from EMEA bans.
yeah. So I mean, it's very early in the game yet. Even though they're both developed, it's like both players have only played like 10 cards or so each. Come on, Pencil, give us some action. What are you thinking?
He's actually only on 2 credits, importantly.
Yeah.
2 credits is enough to play your digital life. And he's played a nano management this time. So we could
Red level
play.
clearance
Okay.
to in gain a click and install. Also, we are on on event 2 events this turn.
Oh, he's going to go for 3 events this time. Refund a click.
Fully operational. Yep.
Yep.
For 6. 6 draws. Yeah,
Oh,
6 draws. Just draws
oh,
all of the and
your
then
digital life.
gains. It's good. Oh, it's on fire. It's never been on fire.
That's 6 credits.
Okay. Actually, not that big. It's just a hedge fund from 2 credits. And now you roast
Now
this
we
one.
get.
Nice, nice. Finds the line after all the thinking. This is why he's a world champion and I'm not.
Yep. I believe there was some back and forth as Ceylon and Pinsol were trying to track how many clicks, what cards were played for wage workers' purposes here.
Yeah, exactly. Also pretty complex turn to think through with all of the witch cards.
Yeah, totally,
Lines.
totally. I could see myself getting stuck on a turn like that in a tournament.
And now you have to install
Oh,
2 cards and play and
this hand looks so juicy.
like we can barely see it. Let's see.
I
Pencil
saw just a
pencil.
glimpse there, but there was a midnight.
Oh, that's a
Send a
send a message.
message. Yeah.
Oh, eyes everywhere and play the
Another your
YDL.
digital life.
That looks like 5 cards maybe. Oh, how many crates are we going up? Oh my god. That's 11 crates. Not bad, not
11.
bad.
So, Pencil, I believe, started the turn on 12 credits.
Yeah.
And
R&D again.
they've scored an agenda, installed 4 cards, played 4 operations, and drawn, I think, 6 off the flop, another 3 here, another 10 cards, and they're still at 11 credits.
It's just incredible what this deck can do sometimes. With
When
Philip
everything
Arsenal is
aligns,
such a and YDR is such a card.
YL is such a fun card, enabling these sort of
Even
shenanigans.
then, like the runner just plays Bravado and R&D. Makes sense with all of the credits you have. Have
Yeah,
two breakers out of three.
Sable is very.
Oh, it is Century Draft.
Oh, the
That's
blowout.
going to, so that's going to be fire. Surely you
Drafter for those people who've never seen the card
have,
before,
yeah.
or for who want a refresher. Drafter's going to get the best card in your discard straight to your hand, and then another best card onto the board. I would pick YDL here, but fully operational is another good pick to choose to take back. And Drafter never hurts you, but Drafter gives the corp so much tempo,
It's incredible.
so much speed.
Think, thinks out what to install. It could be anything. It's just going to be a naked install of a human.
Yeah.
Not
But that
really
is a
a
click that
threat.
Sable has to spend. A click and a credit
Yeah.
Sable has to spend to check that card.
Oh, send a
Oh
message deal.
no!
Suddenly the runner is 5. Any touch will be lethal.
5 points so quick.
That's what happens when you play this kind of deck. Just thinks out what to rest. In the meanwhile, what I was saying earlier is that human resources on a new remote. Like it's a click and a credit, but it's just a click and a credit compared to installing something behind dice, which can be a bit
Yeah.
more threatening. Or something with a big trash cost, like the Hungry or a Witch
Yeah.
Workers.
Yeah.
Thinks about what to rest. I assume because this is a new variant that is playing like scattered fields and barriers and
Yeah.
not the usual brand 1.0 MIC ISO. So we're going to probably get only a few Hagen.
Ooh.
Hagen for 4.
Hagen. And
Gets
there's two
break
icebreakers out, so it's got
4 strength.
4 strength. 4/4 with 2 subroutines. Still pretty. Still a pretty good card.
Yep.
Hagen reduces strength whenever there is a installed icebreaker, I believe.
Yep. And the icebreaker starts at 6, so with 2 icebreakers that's 4. If you get the third icebreaker, they'll
Go down to 3.
usually runners never play 4 icebreakers. If they did, Hagen will go down to 2.
Yeah.
We're going to rest Scatterfield,
Yeah.
which worker.
But
That makes
threat
a lot
is
of sense.
active. Threat is active. So
Should
this
have this. Yep.
is a pretty penny to pay through with Shibboleth.
It's a 1-star Chiolet, so that should be 4/6 to fully break. You don't want to give this deck kind of things.
I don't. I would never.
Like it's probably going to install some ice, maybe. I wonder what's in the face down ice remote. Could be an agenda, maybe. Could be another human resources.
Yeah.
We're going to trash. Okay, we are losing so many plates.
10 credits spent on that run. Cost the run. But Sable still has her.
Enough lunch and her set
Yep.
hustle to
So
bounce
we
back
get
a bit. And we are going to trust the human resource.
It's too dangerous.
Well, the corporation starts the draw.
Remember, we're on match point for the runner. If the
Yep.
runner touches a single agenda, it's over.
It's a reason we have seen in the hand. Hasn't.
Yeah.
So there could be anything.
Curious what this first remote has for ice.
Oh, but also, like, the skunk works has been sitting there. So
Yeah.
breaking in issue right now, maybe later when the match point is 5-5 or 5-4, we'll get a
On the other hand,
crucial issue run.
the game could have gone very differently if Sable rolled HQ.
Yeah, true. Let's see if we get another R&D mark. Could be anywhere.
Could be
Maybe
anywhere.
an archives.
Could be another R&D game.
What's it gonna be? Just keep shuffling and shuffling. It's just 3 cards.
I believe we're waiting on the core player to take his actions.
Ah, okay. My bad. It's a
So
bit hard to tell whose turn is it sometimes.
Cerleon is just preparing for his turn.
Yep. By shuffling his cards.
I do like the mark cards. I find them more fun to use than the rolling a dice.
Mm. I just like rolling a dice. It saves me the hassle of having to shuffle too many cards. Just give the mark dice to my opponent and tell them to roll it.
Big thing from Pencil.
Yep. I mean,
Another
it's on match
Ultra
point. He
LC.
needs the time to think. But look, is that you 1 credit to draw 2 for what's happening? Where are we pointing?
Credits. Maybe a dispute on accounting.
Oh no.
I believe this is a judge call. Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
Runner's just trying to see how much credits are uploading. I would say that Sable is in a very commanding position, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Pinsel is
Enough money.
against. Okay, we are. Seems like that dispute was resolved.
Okay. So, click 1, RLC, 2 install, click 3, YDL, refund. I must have missed the third operation somewhere. Gains a credit. Okay. Sitting pretty at 14 credits, Precision Designers. A
Could
mark
be
card.
maybe 14 credits make me think that we could see a big deal. That's 17 credits.
Yeah. But to score a 5 pointer, you do need to advance at once, so it's secretly 18 credits sometimes. Big deal, if you haven't seen it before. 17 credits. You place 4 counters. It's basically 4 nano management stapled together. Costs just as much in one card. Key difference is it ends your turn when you use it. So you have to plan around it a little.
Definitely.
Also, it can be trashed. So keen runners will aim to disrupt the fast advance by running HQ, running R&D, trashing it when they see it. But that 3 credits is a you have to think when you see a card with 3 credits to trash.
Mhm.
Sable getting down a revolver.
So that's all of our breaking solutions. At
Yeah.
least until revolver runs out and you need to find the card or a second revolver.
I
Some.
I tend to think that 2 revolvers is good enough for most games.
Yep,
We do run R&D,
we run energy.
and we can
With
finally spend our Shezva credits that we've had all game.
yeah, we haven't really seen any chess spent other than The one, permanent resources. So after cleaning all of our crates, we're going to see a hedge fund. Safe.
Sigh of relief.
Pencil gets to leave another click.
But Ceylon on a pretty 10 credits, with 2 more on Debbie. Decent amount of money. Interesting. No ice res. You might be correct there, Larea. This might be setting up for a big
For a
deal
big
later
deal.
on.
Yeah.
Had fun?
We got to also this bravado needs to be kept.
Get that out of our board state. Keep our board states clear. That R&D looks very thin. Now I look at it. So that was a hedge and click for 3 credits. My senses are sensing this is a big deal right now as well.
Yeah, but are you big dealing for just 3 points when you're not on game point and that puts you very behind?
You're so correct. I'm suspecting there's a midnight 3 in the hand.
Hmm.
Midnight 3 would score it. You draw 3 cards, and you don't discard that turn. Combined with your digital life and Precision Design's ability to take cards back from archives, you can get a
Oh,
really huge hand, huge economy really quickly with that combination.
yeah, I see it. I see it. So you don't really spend. Well, you don't really lose the 17 credits when you get the bounce. You could say.
Pressing a drafter on archives, forcing those revolver credits to be spent.
Yeah, just 2
Um,
bullets left.
I don't recognize that Anarch card below.
That's twinning. That's a world. Sorry, Continentals 2020
Okay, twinning.
featuring Man in the Moon.
He piece in a lot of
Yeah.
saber decks.
Now your R&D dukes are going to be 2 cards or 3 cards instead of 1.
Yeah.
We could see eventually an HQ sweep or
Ever
sweep-ish.
Sheffer
Yeah,
powers up
just
twinning like that.
forever. Forever and ever.
Forever and ever. Every time. 2 credits.
Let's
Adds
see
up.
a penny shaver. Maybe a bit late to install it. Or maybe not.
Still holding on to that
Also,
transfer.
transfer of wealth, yeah, is basically never happening, right? There's 2 eyes on HQ and a skunk. And when the corporation is at 20 crates, it's putting them down to 17. I guess it's better than nothing. If you're going to run HQ, it's okay. Okay. We are going to
But
just show the cards.
that was
That's
very quick.
that was install midnight. Play nano management, advance it times, spend 8 credits and draw 3 cards, getting back
Just alive.
digital life.
The premier
Fun.
card to get back, I think, when you're playing Shoot the Moon. You just want
Yeah.
infinite money. You just keep the engine train going. And now you could try and win with a big deal on a 3-pointer. Maybe now we can see the benefit of having this Managam on HQ. Runs get
Mm-hmm.
dissuaded from running on HQ, and you just pray that R&D holds up. Then you YDL to 18 credits. Your hand is 9 cards. And then you score out a 5-pointer. And we do get a mark
Okay.
out on
Mark
HQ.
on HQ, but is it going to be a steal on HQ that follows?
Just
Is that
adjusting
7
the.
credits? Is that 5 and it?
Yeah, that's 5 and 2. So we have 7
Is
credits
that
and
7
2.
credits plus the plans for 10 credits, 12 for what? Thanks to Chesbet. Could be a run on HQ, but
Could be a run. Could even spend 2 credits, 2 clicks to click through Managam. And that Hagan is on 3 strength. its
Mhm.
effectiveness has been reduced, but you know it's done its job. It's stopped people from stopped Celeron from running HQ.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Will this probably make or break for the runner? We are threatening
I
a big turn.
suspect there's two more turns in this game. Either Pincel's gonna win through scoring agendas from hand, or Sarah Leon is going to
Boomerang on the Pestilence. Could be anything.
face down.
Could be a second Hagen, a third round. Ability barrier, maybe?
Transfer. Okay.
Yeah, better than making a run. Actually, maybe not better than spend debit credits instead, but it's a good run.
Okay. Do we res this ice? Do we go to 2 credits and bankrupt ourselves? We're going to 2 credits anyway, but then the runner can steal those last 2 credits if we res here.
Mm.
We see the benefit of Celion holding on to this transfer for such a long time. Finally, when it's at its the Pinsel's climbing this mountain of pressure, we come in with the punch, we come in with the transfer, and
Yep,
maybe pushing him down to, to, to 0 credits if he chooses to res here.
yeah,
It would be
and
hard to
even
get out of
then,
that hole there.
and then the training could instantly finish the game. It's probably
Yeah.
going to get the charge when the runner uses
With
suspect.
transfer, Twinning is going to see cards anyway.
Yep,
We do choose to res. Oh,
that's good.
I
That's
love
good.
this. I love this red. I
Okay,
love
that's
this
quite nice.
expand. This is such a fun. This is so cool.
That's good. That's a good ice to have.
That's such a good ice. Maskarovka, unplayable until Elevation ban list changed and they banned Cleaver. Cleaver having three base strength, matching up really amazingly against Maskarovka's also three strength. But now with Cleaver gone, we've seen a lot of Maskarovkas all over the place, and it refunds 2 credits if the subroutines fire. So it's a really good.
Interesting that we didn't rest the upgrade on behind the card. Usually you can rest up last minute to deny credit steals,
Yep.
but we don't see that this time. Anyways, we're going to first access is Spin Doctor. Looks like a trash. Yeah.
Sometimes the information is more important than saving your credits, denying the runner economy. Point eight
Also,
point two.
seems like we forgot to charge Kurupira. Not like it's really going to matter in this. Seems unlikely though. Garrison the second card.
We do spend the twinning counter.
I assume that we spend both. Also, I'm getting word that time has been 5 minutes. So if we get the unfortunate no scores, maybe we could see a win on time, or maybe a lucky fast advance, putting Pinsel at 6 points,
Ooh, I did
something
get a
like that.
glimpse of the hand there, and there were 2 agendas in there.
Yeah, those are agendas, but against the midnight archaeology for like 7, 8 cards, hard to steal the 2 in 8 sometimes. And we trust that card going down to just 3 credits. Well, it's really 6 with the lunch. I guess you want to clear the deck eventually. Christian the Palm could be funny.
YDL
Probably
up
not
to
happening,
million
but
credits.
YDL just gains you 8 credits. Net 6 in this. No, Nate. Wait, what? How do you? I thought you went down to 0 credits.
There was wage workers on the field. He clicked three
Okay,
times. Click 50.
click 3
Yeah,
and then play. Okay.
yeah. It's got to be a nano into a score this turn. for a chance to win.
Yep. Okay, we do the shuffle. This is why I like the rolling the die. It takes more time.
Yeah.
And this I don't want to call it slow play, but saving minutes whenever you can should help. Archives, that's good. That's good. That's good for pencil, not
Oh,
for the
one
runner.
bonus of
Sorry,
Mario
I'm a
Kart.
bit caught biased on this one. We love seeing prison design. I apologize for the runner fans in the audience that we might have made.
One of the bonuses I find of Mario Kart actually is it's very easy for the commentators to see what's been marked.
Yeah,
Actually.
okay, that's a good call. Is that Carpe Diem? Yep.
Yep.
Just gain 3. Are we making a run? I assume we aren't. There is one face down and no spin doctor anywhere.
It's
Things up the run. What is happening? Okay, just play the Carpe Diem and then use Debbie to run R&D. Think that looks like? Spend 20 encounters, see a fly swatter, see a road level clearance. Okay, seems like runner is safe. No, I mean Carpe is safe. Runner is not safe. Also, discrete management looks a bit weird to me.
yeah.
I don't know what's going on. Okay, and then the time is
Time
called.
gets
Okay,
called. Yeah. Sarah could just pass the turn there and then win on time. Uh, gotta be rough in that position. All came down to that lucky deal on the send a message. Back and forth gameplay there, but we'll be going to round 3 soon.
yep. So, are we on schedule for the rounds? Looks
Let's take
like
a look. Let's take a look at our round standings.
we
45
are.
out of 53 pairings reported.
Hmm,
Currently missing table 16 with Mouse Motor built to last. Table 26 with Tuno
Oh, Angus trying, but
versus
that's two big sharks
yeah,
on tilt 2.
Václav Václav on table 16 as a runner, and Ramban Twins on table 26. We have King Solomon with Barry Baths and Sponge Trim with another Ob Super Heavy. So this side of the the pool has a lot of runners. Ob Super Heavies.
It really does.
Hansen with Nebula. I haven't seen much Nebula. I'm excited to see what people have looked
Yeah.
up for it.
Is it going to be pure fast advanced? Is it going to be a kill with false leads? It's going to be something else, maybe.
Yeah. We're gonna go to our break screen for a little bit, and we're gonna go back to you very shortly as soon as round 3 starts. So go get some water, maybe a snack, take a little walk around. We'll be back with you very shortly. Take care. Hello, everybody. We're back. Joining me is
Donald. Hello. Hi.
Arnold.
It's a pleasure. I believe I have an avatar. It will just be my Discord icon. He, any pronouns. And yeah, excited to be here.
Yeah,
I, we've seen some very good quality games already. With Pincel, as mentioned, previous world winner. It's obviously a high bar. The 106 entrants in Cologne today, and yeah, it's definitely a strong lineup of competition.
absolutely. I've been, Shoot the Moon. I love that deck. We've played it a ton, and I'm excited because on table one right now we're gonna get more precision design from Simon. On the runner side, we're gonna get another Sable. I don't have to change
Another Sable sitting the same sides as well, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Makes my life easy.
Yeah. I don't know anything about Seaman. But I do know Bazerton is an
Bazerton, I
Italian
know.
player that had a bye in round one.
Yeah, he is quite a strong player.
Yeah. I'm not sure where that bye was from. Don't know which mega city they won. Maybe it may have been a roll down potentially, but yeah, there's having made it this far, both of these players are
It's
currently
exciting
undefeated.
stuff. I I'm really biased. I love precision design. HB is so fun, I think.
Yeah, we've certainly not. It was almost strange not to have a much PD last meta. It seems like there's, you can always count on a certain amount of PD at every tournament.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, it's with the unbanning of luminal transubstantiation. I'll get there.
Yeah.
It's a force to be reckoned with again. And obviously, we saw a very different build to what we're used to seeing from Precision Design last round, and I wonder what we'll see this round from Simon.
Very, very, very excited. Our players are just shuffling up right now, sorting out their decks. But do you think this Sable deck is going to be on the same regular design, the same build that we've been seeing?
Yeah, I think so. The main sort of question to be answered from Sable is what's your console, right? Hermes being a big blowout for scoring and stealing agendas, bouncing cards to slow down the runner.
Although
Slow down the corp. But Penny Shaver also showing up. Soccer played Penny Shaver at at various events, but won a couple with it, showing
I
the
think that
power
was
of just having some recurring econ.
Summer Showdown as well.
Mm.
Um, but that was only the last ban list. And now Sable's lost access to Info Bounty. Lorea thought that a lot of decks would just move over to Debbie. Do you think that's going to be the case? Sable's really made it out untouched, or do you think the decks really have taken a hit?
I think it's we're replacing one econ card with another, whether that's a copy of Debbie Downtown, whether it's a copy of something like Side Hustle, another econ card introduced in Elevation. The one main thing that the main slap on the wrist that Sable got was they don't have the ability to just run archives with a clean getaway and make a silly amount of credits every turn. But especially with cards like Chesvi, you can still see a lot of central pressure out of Sable. So yeah, still a force to be reckoned with for sure.
I do think it has reduced the consistency of the deck, if anything. Info Bounty was, I think, the most consistent credit option. Something like Debbie only gets credits whenever you play other cards. You need to make sure those cards are in your hand first of all. And Side Hustle doesn't doesn't last the whole game. Only gives you
For sure.
+4 credits.
I've just realised I saw a tithe in the player on the right's hand, and I thought, oh no, they've shuffled up the wrong deck. We're actually flipped over. So the player on the left is Bazerton playing Sable. The player on the right is Seaman
Alright.
playing the Precision Design.
Let me move that over.
Very, very confusing for a half second, but yeah. Sable being the most represented runner here today, 20% of the field with 22 players, and then the second and fourth most represented runners also being Criminals in Muslihat and Zaya. Means obviously, yeah. Although the consistency of Econ might be a little bit worse with the info bounty gone, a lot of runners choosing Criminal as the faction to play.
Do you think that's just people being comfortable, or do you think there's more to it?
I think that info bounty was the other bans in Banhar and Deep Dive. I think were more sort of fundamental shakeups to how Anarchs and Shapers were playing last meta.
I can agree with that.
So I think especially if you were, if you leaned towards playing Shaper or you leaned towards playing Anarch previously, you have to, do a lot more effort, a lot more work, a lot more playtesting, a lot more theory crafting to figure out how, what win con we were replacing Deep Dive with in Shaper decks. How are we getting better accesses and staying aggressive as Anarch? Whereas, as you say, the Criminal decks just have to put in a different econ card and can largely play the same decks that you were playing previously. It will be interesting to see if we see any major divergences to that. I think Muslihat especially has been playing a lot of Matryoshka, the AI dolls, and there's no reason why we can't see that in other factions too. Looks like the players have started now. We can see the mandatory draw coming out of PD, and that may have been a click one draw, Ice HQ, and then install in a remote. I didn't notice if they mulliganed or not, but we do have a timer on screen, which is very useful. Thank you to the TOs for that. Sable starting with the Carpe Diem. I believe that may have been R&D. I didn't see exactly where the run was. Installing an open market and then immediately using the open market credits to install a class act.
I love class act. It feels so good.
Last click, playing installing a copy of Wake Implant, trashing the only card left in hand, which was a clean getaway, and then taking the. Oh, looks like they're querying the class act draw at the end of turn. But yeah, class act, especially having played it off of the open market, just feels like a very, very clean first turn. That's I can't think of a much better turn opening there for the Sable. You could have stolen 7 points by running R&D 3 times, but
that's not going to happen.
Exactly, yeah. In a realistic setting, this is a great setup for Baseden. Just debating what card to
That's with Virus, right? That's not PD.
Is it not?
That's an odd.
We may have been.
I think we're on table 2.
Misunderstanding here. Yeah, that would make sense.
Okay, this changes how I need to approach this.
Yeah, seeing a Cyber Sand Harvester, and that makes much more sense out of the Tithe.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing green agendas. So I believe Sponge Trim, he, him on the right hand side, playing against Motion Blur, he, him on the right. Oh, sorry, on the left.
Very confused for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I think the number of Sables may have done us dirty there.
Yeah.
So, for those that don't know, Ob being the wonderful Shaper-like deck that allows you to search your deck pretty much every turn if you trash a card to tutor out a card that costs 1 less. And we saw there the corporation choosing to res and use the ability on Cyber Sand Harvester during the runner's turn to trash it, fetch a 1 cost from their deck, that one cost was a copy of Humanoid Resources, which we will have seen previously on stream playing from HB, this time being imported into the wonderful Wayland.
Now,
So
Ob
then,
Super Heavy can practically be any sort of deck. We've seen so many variations of this identity. We've seen scoring decks, we've seen kill decks, we've seen horizontal decks, we've seen go fast decks of rush, we've seen kind of glaciary decks.
being a mostly Ob one trick myself is I love the flexibility that comes from the ID.
Absolutely.
We did see there that the corporation drew 3 cards from the Humanoid Resources. Looks like they actually didn't use the Ob trigger to search for a 0 cost, so they might have waited until after their mandatory draw to do it. But they installed a new remote, iced the new remote, and then played a copy of Hedge Fund. And I think usually once you see Humanoid Resources, and especially Hedge Fund, you know that you're more likely to be playing into a fairer scoring deck. There might still be copies of Measured Response, just to keep the runner honest. But we're much less likely to be seeing like an asset-y kill deck here.
The Tide of Sniping and Bravado there. Very, very good card. Love to see it out of the hand if I'm Ob, to be honest.
Logjam on the remote
is access here. He's in development. Not unusual. What 4-cost cards is Ob Super Heavy getting now that Border Control has left the format? Border Control was one of the standout cards in Wayland, imported into many other decks.
For sure, yeah, it was the one of the best reasons to be playing Ob. But now the options are more limited. There's Treeline, which is at least a decent backup option, as you can see the Logjam. If you don't want to be or you don't need to be searching for a 4-coster off of envelopment, it can double as a operation to add 3 advancement counters to another ice. Stavka's obviously still around, but you're less likely to want to tutor for that from a envelopment trash.
Right.
Yeah, it's less consistent, but it's still just the 5 strength, 5 subroutines can be a pain for a lot of runners to try and break the first time it's there.
Okay, from Ob we got 2 installs, 1 on HQ, 1 on R&D, and then we got a click for a credit.
Yeah, just an anthill in the remote, a good sort of tempo econ asset.
It does trash itself as well, so it does activate Ob.
Exactly, yeah. For criminals, pinhole threading, it only being a 1-cost trash. The anthills can be very vulnerable.
Speaking of the devil.
Yeah, we see a first click drawing into that pinhole, immediately taking it, bottoming the other card.
One of the plays I thought was I really honed in on was forcing an ice res and then pinholing the anthill behind that ice, making the corp commit to defending that server and then removing their economy anyway.
Yeah, and we see a copy of Mystic Mamie coming down as well, which is going to just help the criminal stay ahead on economy.
Mystic Mamie basically pays for the costs of events, so these one-off cards that the Sables deck is full of,
Ooh, we did see it looked like a click 1 draw there from Sponge Trim, and they drew into the one-off copy of Above the Law, which this might be pretty safe to install here. There's also a copy of Mitra, if for some reason that Logjam is under threat of being broken, but I don't think there's realistically a good chance of that happening.
Boomerang safe as well.
Yeah, that's one of the best things about Logjam at the moment is that it's safe to boomerang, it's safe to botulus for a couple of turns. Kurapira really doesn't want to break this, especially once it gets to higher strength. A Shaper going through with a Propeller is still spending probably most of their Propeller and 3 credits. So yeah, just not a simple buy. The mark is on Archives this turn, so that easy mark, Carpe Diem, effectively getting them.
Click draw, Motion Blur ending his turn with 9 credits. What is this 2-cost next to Wake?
I believe that's a copy of Hermes.
Right. Okay. And we see
I
the
think
runner
it's
drop another copy off into the heap.
Yeah, I believe it might even be it's either Mallory or AMS. I believe it's a UK alt art. So extract drawn from the runner, and you can see that from the corporation there's more agendas in hand. So this maybe we're seeing extract trashing the tithe to fetch a spin doctor to maybe try and fix the hand a little bit. We do see spin doctor fetched. I wonder if that is the risk being if that was above the law in the remote, scoring it would mean that the face down HQ ice is bounced and the run is free to wreak havoc. I don't know how long we can afford as the corporation here to try and build up the defenses. Hermes is always going to be an issue, and you don't want to let the runner steal your agendas before you can score them effectively.
Yeah.
A World Turtle saying, can we up your volume 10%?
Yeah, I've been tweaking that.
Perfect. And also mentioning that's the Berlin Megacity Orb, which is cool. Not an art I've seen. So we saw a couple of cards being discarded at the end of the turn there, with the Spin Doctor obviously protecting what are likely some agendas. We didn't see any more ice installed though, and that can be a worrying
juicy agenda
situation. Seeing lots of draws here from Motion Blur. There we go. Looking for probably trying to find a run event that means that we can check archives on tempo, as it were. Spin Doctor shuffling back what looked like 2 face down cards.
Okay, with an alarm clock coming down. Alarm clock lets you, bust through 1 ice with on HQ for 2 clicks. But essentially it's 1 click because the run you make of that one's at the start of your turn. And if Sable rolls HQ, you refund that. It fits really perfectly into the whole package there.
Yeah, especially if, there's another copy of Tithe or something, that doesn't necessarily end the run on HQ. You may not even need to spend those clicks, but as we see there, we are forcing the corporation to do something about it. And we see a slight change, but a piece of ice being installed on HQ. Second piece of ice on the remote now means that we're in a potentially better situation to try and score. And it might be a last click advance of the agenda in the remote.
Interesting. Do you think we're going to see Sable try to contest this time?
Potentially, I think, we see the alarm clock run coming out here, so that's forcing some ice res at least. What you may end up seeing, just a harmless fly swatter on HQ. I don't know if there's really a need to spend 2 clicks on this.
No.
I think the hope there for Motion Blur, the best situation for them is that this is an expensive ice that they have to pay to res, and then you can run R&D, hope to see an agenda, and bounce the advanced card in the remote.
That
with
would be
NGO
a
front,
dream.
Yeah, with NGO front gone, unless you think the Corp is splashing influence on something like a Charlotte Cassador or Idiosyncrasis, it's almost 100% known that is an agenda in the remote. So bouncing that by stealing something else,
right?
Is
and
a
we see the pinhole come out, trash the Mitra, roll around to the corporation's turn, and they score out the above the law, crashing the EMEA.
We saw, I think, a copy of Zato City Grid being trashed off of R&D previously, so that pinhole threading likely attempting to trash either the same thing or protecting against potentially a Hollow Man.
And Spongefrom very cleverly pre-advanced above the law so that he had an extra click to reinstall card bounced by Hermes just then.
Yeah, if there are more, it looks like there's still 2 copies of agendas in hand. Might be an Azef and an off the books, and it looks like the Azef was thrown into the remote. Just having that extra click to either reinstall some ice or, as we saw there, you jam the next agenda. Very, very important against a Hermes deck.
Table taking a draw.
Okay, so no alarm clock run is interesting. It does cost two clicks, but considering there's a wake implant down, maybe it would have been an interesting idea to just keep up the pressure on HQ.
I think it would look different if he had rolled HQ as his mark. Rolling
sure.
archives means it doesn't refund the click.
And here we might be seeing why. So a free run on archives with our mark, using a copy of Mutual Favor to then go and fetch Unity, which means that from now on we can get into HQ, especially if there's transfer of wealths in hand. Even just ticking up counters on the wake. This is there we go. Transfer of wealth. Click 3. So it looks like the corporation is on 10 credits before this, so dropping down to 7 isn't too risky for them. But I believe there is an agenda in hand. Single access, just seeing the envelopment again, we knew what that was. No change there, but a second counter going on to the wake implant.
Wake implant, just going to keep those counters, racking them up across the course of the game. Taking time bomb almost. When we see that R&D run, that's gonna be 3-4 cards in a single swoop. Sponge taking the time to think about his turn here.
Yeah, it looks like we see a Mavirus in hand, 3 or 4 ice. And then I think that might be a copy of Yakov.
Oh my goodness. Rare copy. That does look like it.
Yeah, Bahram Wu played a very similar deck to this at the Sheffield Mega City, and chose to swap out the Regolith for a copy of Yakov, and it does a lot of work. There's a surprising amount of trashes that come out of the remote with
triple score.
Trying to tell if that is a Yakov. I hope it is, because it's a sick card no matter what.
It would be cool to see. I've very rarely seen it. As Spongefrim is searching through his deck, I saw a copy of Hollow Man as well to advance those agendas really fast.
So we do see the Azef being scored. As an additional cost to score that agenda, you have to trash a card, which for Ob is often not a penalty, more of a helpful addition. Choosing to go and fetch a humanoid resources, certainly a useful card for next turn if it can survive. But I think we have seen. Oh no, we've seen 2 copies of Pinhole Threading already played.
Yeah, already 2 of them.
So I think you're fairly safe to make this play. The main difficulty, so the damage they're hitting a Nuka and a short gamble by the looks of it. Yeah, we did see the homies bouncing the R&D ice, which with 2 counters on the wake and an open HQ means that we could potentially be seeing as much as 4 cards from R&D this turn as the runner. You just have
That's a Yakov. That's a Yakov that's been trashed.
Yeah. So we just need to pray that R&D holds here, which is not always possible in a deck like Ob, which is constantly searching its deck, filtering out cards that aren't agendas.
Increasing that density in the deck right there. You find all your pieces, but the agendas, they don't have much room there. Wake with 4 counters. We're going to see a 4 counter dig with Wake implant. Off the top, Hollow Man gets trashed instantly. Second card, nothing. Third card, Azef, stolen. First 2 points for the runner, taking the score up to 4-2 for the corporation. Third card,
bouncing.
Yeah, bouncing the card on the remote.
There is only 1 card to bounce, but it is getting bounced down.
Put them down to 1 credit. Stable sitting on a pretty 16. Looks like 16, 15. I think that's a 3. A lot of money to be sitting on a Sable here.
Looks like we also saw a copy of Stavka on top of the deck there from Motion Blur, which may be, exactly why one of the reasons to take this opportunity and siphon the runner while we can, but also reducing the threat of that very nasty face check.
Yeah, yeah. We're approaching halfway through the round with 21 minutes left. Seems to be progressing quite smoothly though.
Yeah, 4-2 to the runner. 4-2 to the corp. Usually, Ob will want to score a 5-3 to end the game. I don't expect to see green males in here.
Yeah, with the combination of Zato, another card that trashes programs. I expect we're gonna see Spongefrom on SDS, another agenda that protects itself, and an agenda that trashes programs. We're focusing, I think, on making this remote unimpenetrable. If both copies of Kurapira can go into the heap, then Boomerang can't break this. How do they break this logjam?
Yeah. Usually, if you can trash one with a Tithe or trash one with an Azef score, those are very nice ways to knock Kurapira's out of hand. But I don't think we've seen any either hit the heap or in Motion Blur's hand. We did see the humanoid resources here was trashed to fetch a Spin Doctor, meaning that the turn was mandatory draw and then draw 5. But unfortunately, despite this comically large hand, there seems to be no operations, which we would have loved to have seen a hedge fund or even just an extract to get a bit more econ here. There is at least one copy of Off the Books, an agenda in hand. I don't know if might be 2 agendas in hand that are being discarded here. There is still obviously the Spin Doctor.
Off of the humanoid resources, one install in the remote, one installed on HQ, and now Spongefrom going through all the cards that he's fortunately having to discard into archives.
Yeah, it looks like it's a discard 4.
With humanoid, archive. With humanoid, what operations are you running in Ob?
We saw a hedge fund earlier. We saw an extract being played. Those are the two, primary candidates. There may be something like petty cash or armed asset protection. Maybe even key performance indicators. Like there's options you can include, but the traditional ones are just 3 copies of extract, 3 copies of hedge fund. And we see an HQ run here with the alarm clock. Just an Afshar. It is a taxing piece of ice to get through, even with the Unity, but the Unity, the only breaker that Motion Blur has can already get us through that. I think we've seen 2 copies of Transfer played, so there's potentially one more.
Deck. But we do see a side hustle coming out from Sable, with it running archives.
Yep, Archives is the mark, and yeah, as mentioned, Side Hustle being one of those cards that people are using to replace the info bounty that was recently put onto the ban list.
Taking back a hedge fund and a face down. Revealing Avarice and a tree line, and a Stalker, and a Masked Rocker. And the Anthill, all very standard picks, I think. Obs, usually, I think, their influence is where their, weird cards come from.
Yeah, I think Spongefrom would have loved to have installed that Anthill instead of the Cyber Sand Harvester that we can see in the remote, but being on 5 credits meant he wouldn't have had enough money to res the ice on HQ and res the Anthill. Currently on 0 credits, so shuffling back the hedge fund might be a bit optimistic. But we do see an R&D run stealing another copy of Azef.
Off the books as well. So
off the books, up to 6 points. Nothing for the nothing for Sable to bounce here with the Hermes, but skyrocketing up from 2 points to 6 now on the runner side.
not bouncing a card is a silver lining there, really.
Yeah. Oh, there's a copy of Trebuchet in this deck.
That
Trebuchet being
is spicy.
yeah, it's a very spicy include with Zato specifically because it's one of the few cards that just says trash a card, trash a runner card.
Yeah, and Zato, that's the upgrade that trashes a ice to resolve that subroutine on the ice, right?
Yeah, trash and ice to resolve a subroutine on it as it's being encountered, so it can't be broken.
Can't double dip.
So we are seeing the Cybersand Harvester turn into another humanoid resources, doing the familiar play of trashing the humanoid. Okay, so we're not seeing an ob trigger on the from trashing the humanoid. Again, maybe because we're doing the Cybersand on the Corp turn. Maybe because we just want to protect the last Spin Doctor. But see if we play an operation off of this one.
2 Castle Roads in hand.
Yeah, I think we need to.
Bunstrom, perhaps unhappy he hasn't seen an operation.
Yeah, I'm not sure
with.
what the sort of alt art card there is that's at the top.
Yeah, no clue. Another HQ mark. Break for a Shezva credit. Down to 8 credits.
Yeah,
I don't think I saw a agenda in HQ.
No, but just ticking up wake counters is still
Good.
just as good, and with side hustle, ticking up money on that as well.
Intrim may be feeling the pressure here. Behind in points.
Interesting. So we're going back on HQ. I believe we may have missed the free click from running our mark. Because it was just a alarm clock run. So it was a clickless run to start with, but now we're seeing 2 more runs on HQ. Again, just trying to tick up that weight counter, and I wonder if we see something like an Estebrado just to get through whatever this ice is on R&D, or banking that this might be a Stavka that...
What card is this?
I want to say that's a pinhole threading. Oh no, it's a boomerang. I believe that's a copy of boomerang. So it might be a boomerang and run R&D. Just another fly swatter. That's very upsetting.
And the side hustle pops here, I think. So rolls hard, shuffles the boomerang back into the deck, steals the SDS to close the game out.
Yeah, very oppressive game there. It was right on top, and we're probably seeing, I think, 3 more cards underneath it.
The early Hermes and the Wake both compounded into a controlling game here from Motion Blur.
Yeah. A handful of ice there for the corporation.
Yeah. Our players giving each other a warm handshake as we look forward to Cobra, tell me, who is winning? Who are we waiting on? Only 16 out of the 53 pairings have been reported so far.
Yeah, I think that, what did that game take? About 25 minutes. It was, a good start from the Ob, but a very commanding finish from the Sable. Obviously, both players, very well played, and this is only round 3 of 10, so there's plenty of Netrunner left today. See, Kikai there beat Augustus Caesar, 2 very strong players on table 7, playing Muslihat. Be interesting to see what sort of list has. I'm not a very strong criminal player, so I haven't played much criminal at all, let alone Muslihat. I have seen a lot of players putting the Matryoshka dolls into Muslihat, just trying to get better odds of getting that free draw at the start of turn. How about yourself?
I really love Zaya. Love Zaya. Always have. I love the getting paid for doing good criminal stuff. I love sniffing out what the agendas are. One of my favorite things is to just say, this is the agenda, and then sigh as I don't flip over an agenda. Um, but I've actually been more interested in playing Eternal recently. And
Okay.
I go around all the formats actually. Play a little bit of startup, play a little bit of standard, play a little bit of Eternal. I think I just love Netrunner.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great game.
Great game.
Eternal's not something I've dipped my toe into, but I think as soon as I do, I'll be lost forever in a pool of opportunities.
I really appreciate what the new team has been doing with their
The Eternal ban list.
yeah, they've been very active, listening to people, and Nebula is one of the best decks at the moment. Same as in standard, I think. If anyone can remember hard-hitting news, you can use hard-hitting news to flip Nebula. So,
That sounds revolting, and I want nothing to do with it.
exactly. And startup has also, been actually quite fun, I think, as well. Have you played much startup yourself?
Not with Elevation. No, I played a reasonable amount a couple of metas ago, but yeah, haven't touched it recently. How
What
is
I
startup?
what I really appreciate about startup is how there is a different texture to the formats because trickshot is legal in startup and it's not legal in standard. And that gives a very
Yes.
different feel to the formats just based off of the card pool existing.
Is Creative Commission still legal in startup as well, or is that banned in both places?
I think it's banned in both places.
That would make sense. But yeah, Trickshot, a card that I very much miss, but I can very much understand that it was just too much. It did too many things.
Oh, but it feels so fun to roll up, see two cards, get what is it, six credits, 5 credits extra, run another
Mhm.
server. Oh my god,
Yeah, it was overclock on steroids that also let you check remotes.
my goodness, what a card! So fun to play with, but also understandable why it's not seen in standard. Um, One of the key differences that I think lets it be played in startup is the lack of Shaper's ability to spend those overclock credits at the start of the game. In standard we have self-modifying code
Mm.
that lets you spend those credits even if there's no ice on R&D. Startup doesn't have this, doesn't have SMC. So
So you have to
you'll,
already be relatively
yeah,
set up for it to be a card
you
worth
you have to be spending those
throwing out early.
credits, or you have to be running a naked asset basically.
Yeah, I mean
Um,
that's good to see.
yeah, it's not as ubiquitously powerful in setting up your board as it was with SMC around. We're gonna go back and see the standings at the moment. Let me refresh really quick. Table one, still waiting on about half of the games left. We have, I want to say 12, 10 minutes in the round, and then another 5, 10 minutes to start the game off.
We're seeing a
Um,
good diversity there of runner and corp wins towards the top of the tables, which is good.
yeah, there's a lot of concern about balance, like side balance. Um, have you played much on the new ban list?
Only a little bit. Very, very sort of sparse testing here and there. But I think the big surprise to me is how many nebulas we've seen. Obviously, it makes some amount of sense that ban car was one of the one things keeping that deck fairer, as it were. They don't like having their ice invalidated so that you can flip them repeatedly.
Exactly.
So that may be some of the reason. But it's surprising to me that there's only there's 19 Ayukos and 18 Nebulas, which Ayuko not having lost anything seemed like not a lot of reason to not play it. But maybe we are seeing a lot of
Maybe a lot of asset tech.
yeah. Obviously, in the first round we saw Tanzan playing stone ships and air blades, which we come to sort of expect out of Shaper these days. I don't think we've seen any massive tech like that out of the Sables that we've seen on stream.
No, I haven't seen any big tech cards.
I think buy your bands out of the Sable in round 2, maybe the only
No,
thing
I
that you
lied.
point
That was a
towards.
no free lunch. I've seen a
Maybe
no
not-
free lunch, so maybe teching could be tagged style of alcohol.
Yeah, that has risen in popularity with Kiesra winning the New York Mega City recently.
Looking down the list, I see lots of green actually. Nuvane, lots of Nuvane. Um, what factions do you tend to get like drawn towards?
As I mentioned before, I primarily play Ob. I'll play any manner of Ob, just to keep it
Ob,
interesting. But
Ob is
um,
its own faction at the end of the day.
for sure, it does very much feel like that. But AUCO as well seems just incredibly strong. It is interesting that there's such a big cut sort of between, we have AUCO, Nebula, PD, and Ob all on 16 plus, and then a big jump down to the fifth most popular deck being Nuvum, and then LEO, and so on below that. So those seem like one ID from each faction, all having very similar representation at the top is quite
Yeah, very
cool to
strong.
see. I am traditionally a Shaper player though on the runner side, and it's slightly sad for me to see that there's 4 runners above the first Shaper.
But one with a Captain Padma
Yeah,
on top
one
11,
Captain Padma, one Dewey, 3
one
Tau.
Magdalene. All right. While we're waiting for round 3 to finish up, we're gonna take a break, and we'll be back with you very shortly. Stay tuned. Talk
See
to
you
you
soon.
later. Goodbye. Hello, everybody. We're back. Round 4 has just been paired, and our contestants are getting ready. I'm joined again by Jonald. Hello, Jonald.
Hello, hello.
I've been really enjoying the Netrunner today. It's been really. I love this game. It's so fun.
Yeah, it is awesome, and it's just enjoyable to be, a part of the tournament, even from afar.
Yeah.
Getting to do the commentary for it.
On table 1.
Yeah,
we
fans
have-
of Sable are going to be excited for yet another game. But we do see a surprise corporation in Jinteki Restoring Humanity.
Yeah, that's a weird one. No, not a lot of people have been playing that one.
Yeah, there's only two RHs at the tournament.
But
I have a feeling.
obviously, it has shot to the top.
Yeah, so Chunky Seal, the only other Restoring Humanity is Lap, who I believe is Chunky Seal's partner, or at
Yes,
least
that is correct.
close testing friend. Yeah, so they may have
Probably worked on the
brewed
deck
up something
together.
spicy. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Chunky Seal, a very strong player, having won multiple of the UK's regionals
Yeah.
last meta, and I think it came maybe 6th. I think definitely top 8 in the Sheffield Megacity. So not unfamiliar to being on top tables at an in-person tournament. Their opponent Fripsilon, I don't know very much about. I have seen the
No,
name before.
I have also seen the name.
They're playing Thule and Sable, so again, not necessarily a rogue corp, but not one that you'd expect to see compared to the sea of AUCOs, Nebulas, and OBS that we see making up the rest of the top
But
tables
it
at the moment.
is a lot of people did experiment with Thule. That's the one. A lot of people were experimenting with Thule when elevation dropped. I believe. Um, I played a bunch of Thule myself. But card we mentioned previously, austerity program did rotate out, which was one of the key Thule cards, I believe.
Yeah, I think it also suffered a lot from losing cards like I forgot the name now. The 3-1 that gave you 3 credits, whether it was stolen or scored.
Not Mega Free.
Yeah, the other one.
Hyperloop.
Hyperloop extension, yeah. Yeah, I think that was really big, that you could just load agendas and archives that were going to give you benefits, or even just throw things on the table if you've got a runner that's checking the board frequently.
Yeah, and Thule, to remind people, gives agendas. To steal an agenda, you have to take core damage, and a core damage is a permanent hand size reduction unless you spend click and 2 credits, equivalent of removing a tag. And previous Thule decks maximized click reductions as much as possible, asking everybody to make sure that eventually you're going to take 2 core damage at least, and then it would either kill you or some versions would fast advance ontological dependencies out.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be interesting though to see. Obviously, we're not seeing the Thor currently, but it might be interesting to see them later.
I would hope to see them later. I'm excited for this RH. There's 2 of them.
Yeah, I was going to say
the
the
team
RH
working together. The team has built this RH deck. I'm excited to see where it takes us.
Yeah, I think we haven't seen much RH recently. I think it lost a certain amount of potency with the rotation of punitive Counter-Strike. Traditionally, Restoring Humanity was trying to load agendas into archives and either score them with Regenesis or fork the runner to make it life really painful for them if they were to touch 3 or even 6 points and then try and fight through counter strikes next turn. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what this RH is cooking up. You can just see an opening hand of I think 4 ice and either an asset or an operation there, which I'm imagining is a keep.
The chat was saying they're assuming RH is very nice and involves no murder. I find that hard to believe. I was just getting ready to set up, waiting for the time to start. Time has not started yet.
Yeah, we have seen some success in sort of more glaciary Jinteki decks in the past. Either Isowak or PT Untain has seen some amount of that. So we might not necessarily be doing entirely unfair things, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like, Cloud Eater ganked, just ruining this Sable's day.
I know this player. They do like gank. He does like gank. I see in the hand Saisentan, 5 to res, 2 strength. You pick a card type, and your damage is doubled if you hit that card type. Anywhere between 3 net damage to 6 net damage. And our players are starting. Go. Pretty nice heavy hand for RH, but not something you're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, that looks like a copy of Hansei Review as well. So a pretty perfect hand, a pretty perfect opening there. Ice HQ, Ice R&D, play a copy of Hansei Review to trash a card in game 5, and then also getting an additional credit from the Restoring Humanity effect, gaining a credit when the discard phase ends if you have any face down cards in archives.
Still gamble from Sable.
I didn't catch what their mark is. I don't know if they're tracking.
I'm not sure if they rolled it. I hope it was off screen. Shazva coming down. That time setting up. Shazva early is very, very nice. And then
clicking for a credit and installing a class act.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they may have been made aware that they missed their mark roll, or that it wasn't clearly visible. So we're seeing Air Blades included in the cards here from Class Act, which is a very nice card, I find, to put on some early aggression.
Yeah, just preventing... Criminal especially is vulnerable to knock damages if they hit key pieces, if you're running only one breaker, for example.
Yeah, I think the main punish to trying to throw down Air Blades and start face checking is Boto, which has become much more popular recently. But we see Chunky Seal there choosing to install Tatubola by the looks of it on archives, just icing up all the centrals, making it difficult for Sable to get any mark value. Aligning the mark die there between in front of the relevant server. Looks like it is R&D.
So, Airblade's coming down. The archives takes another credit to RH. Reliable credit as long as there's a face down card in archives. That steady source of income for the corporation.
Yeah, and Tatubola being sort of the perfect ice here to protect it, because it's it ends the run on a face check, but as soon as it can be broken, you can swap it out for something that's a bit meaner, a bit riskier to run again for the Sable. Looks like there is a hand full of at least 2 or 3 run events there.
Yeah, incentivized to plant face first into these ice that are defending the servers, but no, losing a couple cards from hand isn't that bad. You didn't invest anything into them. You didn't invest credits into them.
Looks like Fripsilon here playing Carpe Diem, but choosing not to run the mark. Perhaps worried about something like the Boto, or just doesn't want to be aggressive with the Airblades just yet. But I think trying to force some reses out of the corp here would be a good way to try and put some of that pressure on early, or at least scout for some information.
Information is key in this game. The more you can glean, the better your chances of success tend to be.
Mm. Looks like we saw Fuji coming off the top of the deck there for Chunky Seal, which not too surprising, it being one of the only real options that you have for agendas. But that may be another reason why we're being more careful with our Airblades, knowing that there may be a time where we have to run a server, potentially using something like twinning to see multiple cards and being worried about hitting Fuji's copies of Bite, maybe.
Yeah, Spin Doctor comes down, reses, and Chunky Seal discards a card with Hansei. Open Spin Doctor, ready to shuffle them back into the deck as soon as Archives gets tampered with.
Yeah, a very healthy, I believe that's 18 credits from the corporation currently, and no sign of slowing down. We do see the Kurapira though.
Farming
Down.
those Tattoo Bolas if they do come down. But 3 credits up front is, it's money. It's not nothing. It's not 0. It's 3 credits. But a second Shezva.
Yeah, doubling up on the coffee here. I don't dislike that. So
Second espresso shot of the day,
yeah, sometimes you
bright
just
and
need to stay
early.
caffeinated,
Exactly. Taking in that long-term economy.
We do finally see a remote coming down here for Chunky Seal. Didn't see what went into it, but I did see a copy of Anoetic Void in hand.
Sitting on pretty 19 credits. I'm guessing this is a code gate. He's seen the Kurapira come down. Could be a sentry, but I would push behind a.
Yeah, it may not be anything too important, and it's hoping to draw a run, but even a boomerang could potentially be a risky proposition for this. You see transfer of wealth going blind into HQ, raising the size in town, which will just be 3 counters off of the Airblades, trashing that, but still it forces 8 credits out of the corporation, including the 3 that are siphoned, and also just gets you some important information for the runner.
That the Airblade's gone is an important resource.
For sure.
Tattoo
Just
Bola,
accessing a Tattoo Bola, not what
weird
you want to
card.
see necessarily, but with the Kurapira down, always good to know that any future installs could just be a harmless tattoo.
Not a weird
Looks like
card.
we do need to trash the Airblades. All 3 counters have gone from that, I imagine, but I'm sure they'll be fixed soon. And installing the Carmen, that nice healthy credit discount.
So being able to run HQ now just for 3 of these coffee credits next turn, that pressure, I think those incidental accesses is gonna change how the game feels. But install.
Yeah, we do immediately see a second piece of ice being installed on HQ, which makes a lot of sense. Even if it is just that Tattoo Bola, it's going to be some economy and even just a bluff potentially from Chunky Seal, and then installing a second card in the remote, which may be that copy of Anoetic Void we saw previously.
I saw green art on it. I don't know what that
means. Sable marking archives, installing and clicking a nuker for clicks 1 and 2. Didn't see what we bottomed there, but I did see another copy of Transfer of Wealth going to hand.
Boomerang, I believe. Boomerang is just such a perfect face shuffle card. Put it on a face down, run it. If they res it, you get to force money out of the runner of the corp. If they don't res it, they haven't res the ice, and you get an access for free.
Installing a copy of Stoneship Chart Room as well, just really saying, I do not want to die. This is a lot of influence being spent here on shaper cards to keep yourself alive.
I'm not dying today.
Yeah.
Now comes down the Anoetic.
A third card. I wonder if that is 2 copies of Anoetic, just bluffing either Skunk Void or extra protection against pinhole threadings. As much as there isn't an obviously open server here. Drawing and playing a hedge fund.
And it's like turn 6. RH has just been generating credits from turn 1.
Yeah, every turn from turn 1 getting a free credit.
As a consistent ID.
2 Hansei has been played and a hedge fund. We
I don't
are.
think Sable's mark has been run successfully once this game.
Yeah, R&D again, which we don't know what the ice is. Clicking the nuker to get again, seeing 4 more cards and then bottoming 1 thanks to Class Act. Looks like that might be a copy of Shibboleth just hit the hand, so we do potentially have our full breaker suite available to us, as much as we don't have a console available to give us the 5th MU to actually install that breaker,
Yes, absolutely.
unless Fripsilon's willing to give up a copy that they spent so much time fetching.
Good markets. Just moneying up, sitting back, saying, hey, this is RH. They're gonna want the game to go longer. Oh, I think the time has been paused for a bit.
Yeah, it looks like we didn't get a firm read on when this round started, unfortunately, but hopefully that won't have an impact on this game exactly, because there should be a more readily available timer in the room for the players. Looks like there is a copy of Pinhole Threading in hand, as well as a revolver. That might even be the other 2 copies of Transfer of Wealth that we haven't seen yet.
I thought I saw a Unity, which was the code breaker. Needed to build the suit out. Coda, sorry.
I'm not sure what that install was. But yeah, discarding the copy of Revolver is interesting. Obviously, we have Carmen installed for the runner, but Revolver being just a quite often cost-efficient way of getting through big and small centuries alike. Mark is finally on HQ.
I would feel confident running this.
I'm guessing that install last turn may have been a twinning. It is an orange-looking card.
That is 3 inf, twinning is 3 inf, yeah. So with twinning and Shezba down, you're incentivized to use those credits. I would run HQ here. What's the worst they could do? Don't say Cloud Ether, it can't hurt you, it's not real.
Yeah, I mean that being another reason that I think Revolver deals with Cloud Eater a lot better than Carmen does, even if it's only
The boost twice.
twice. But playing a Carpe Diem here, are we taking the run? Yes,
looks like yes.
We are.
Let's see if
HQ.
we're getting a res on this first heist. Chunky Seal taking a look at it, deciding no
I think
res.
the expectation there is that it's probably a Tattoo Bowler because we saw that in hand, and we don't want to give free Kurapira counters to let the runner start bypassing both those late game.
I think you were right. That is a twinning. It just got a power counter, I believe.
Yeah, spending 3 credits from Chesva to break the Echelon. To break the Sicentan using Carmen. Looks like we access 2. I believe that's a copy of Wage Workers, is it? Very interesting if that is. But immediately using 20 counter to see 2 cards and seeing a Boto. So yeah, that making a lot of sense why we didn't res what's potentially a Tattoo Bowler on HQ.
Hammer is back functional, working once again.
Updated. Thank you very much to the TOs. I believe that's 27 minutes remaining in the round. So still plenty of time, but no points on either side of the table yet.
One of these cards in the upgrade has a green frame. I know this, but I can't think of what could possibly be. Unless it's a Zato, but that's a region.
Is this one of the cards in hand for the Chunky Seal?
No.
One of the cards that's installed.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's a Lacosta grid. Yeah, that looks like a Lacosta. So that's a region. So we know that.
Oh, it must have been an agenda then.
Yeah, I think a click was spent to advance it previously. Playing, I think that's the 3rd copy of Hansei Review, and I think that was a manual advance once.
Yeah, so we have 3 counters on this card. Sorry, 5 counters on this card. Oh, I know what green card has advancement counters.
Are we seeing a...
It's a clearinghouse. And next turn can kill with Lacosta Grid.
Yeah.
You can
So,
order the triggers to get the advancement counter.
although that being said, there is a copy of Stone Ship on the board. So if the runner waits until the corporation's turn starts, pops the Stone Ship to draw 2, they will be safe for a turn.
Yeah, I believe you can
Installing a copy of
even.
Hermes.
I believe you can even res. You can wait for the res and then pop your Stone Ship.
Potentially, I'm not 100% sure on the start turn triggers there. But installing Hermes means that we could buy time. All we need to do is touch an agenda somewhere.
Absolutely.
And with the mark being on R&D, there's a good chance that we just run R&D, boost a breaker with Chesver to C2, and hope. The fact that so many cards have gone into Archives face down and there's still a Spin Doctor on the board means that there is likely a lot of points in Archives that we might want to force a shuffle back into R&D before we start checking. But with so few clicks. Okay, so installing the Hermes meant that we now have the MU to install all of our breakers. But I do wonder if there's enough clicks and enough cards in hand that we can contest the remote and still survive a potential clearinghouse. Yeah, looks like we're asking if we can take back the install, which makes a lot of sense. I think the plan is either to try and survive with Stone Ship or just to challenge
now.
with pinhole threadings.
3 credits is not a lot of credit.
No. Obviously, the Ches for money goes a long way.
Okay, so choosing to commit to installing the Unity.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, just drawing up with the last click to get to 5 in hand. And then I imagine saying, I have an action as soon as your turn starts. Okay. Yeah, just confirming the timings, using the Stone Ship.
Drawing 2 cards.
Okay, so the Stone Ship there, interestingly, it looks like the runner was using the paid ability window at the very end of their turn that you get with Lat and also Magdalen's triggers, rather than what they could have done is wait until the start of the Corp's turn, and then they would have got they would have been able to use Class Act to C3. Very unlikely that actually makes a big difference, but if the plan is to draw into another copy of Stone Ship, for instance, digging one deeper may be vital.
Players discussing presumably.
Click 1 draw from Chunky Seal, drawing a copy from a virus, which is not useful against Crim necessarily, but is just another scary face down that you can throw either into the remote or onto a central to deter runs.
Absolutely. And it's weird the virus isn't that useful against criminals when Almaku has been around for so long for me.
So we just see ice, second piece of ice on R&D, second piece of ice on Archives, just
Stop.
Really saying,
I'm
you've
going
got
to kill you next turn.
Yeah, you've either got to find some points so that you can bounce this clearinghouse, or you've got to force your way through this remote, which you can guess has an anoetic, maybe even has a my mind is blanked. The Jinteki upgrade makes you play a Psy game to access either it or Adrian's Heist, yes. So there's no guarantee, even if you can get into this remote. Obviously, not being able to use Ches for credits makes it a difficult proposition.
Expensive. Only on 4 credits. Start this time.
What I believe we've done here is click for 3 credits.
And here we go.
Yeah, pinhole threading. So trying to keep enough credits open so that we can trash the clearinghouse, I imagine.
Big Bodo on 8 R&D.
Boto outermost, I think. You need to boost the Kurapira to at least break the chances for the runner for the corporation to end the run. Maybe you can afford to take 2 damage and not break the first subroutine, but it very likely. Yeah, no, just doing that has already put us down to 2 real credits, which means that don't have enough to trash clearinghouse.
does choose to take the net damage as well.
Yeah, that's a copy of Open Market and a copy of Clean Getaway hitting the heap. I think there's 6 credits still available. Oh no, there's a small stack there, so maybe 9. Yeah, 9 credits available from Chunky Seal. I think we're deciding whether we want to continue this run. Oh, it is the mark, so I see they'll get back a second click. Okay, no, just clarifying what the turn was, and I think it was click for 3 credits and play Pinhole's Wedding.
Obviously, deciding whether to res the ice here. Choosing not to.
Choosing not to be yet accessing the clearinghouse with only 2 credits available.
Didn't need to res anything.
Yeah, and I think potentially. Did we get a click back because we ran our mark? Yeah,
Yep,
we did, but
we
what
did.
can we do with that final click?
Stare down the barrel of the gun, looking at you.
Yeah, we can't afford to break the Boto again, so the corporation can just end the run. Maybe you just have to ship it on HQ and, use that twin encounter, hope that by breaking 1 or 2 subroutines you can still get into HQ without dying and touch an agenda, but
Even if you touch an agenda, Chunky Seal has resed the clearinghouse, so
yeah, no, that's true. The
can't
clearinghouse is
bounce
a
it.
res now. I think this is a run archives last click, and Chunky Seal just making sure that they have no more than 2 agendas in archives that they can shuffle back with Inductor.
Like funeral rite.
Yeah, just going through the motions here, but I think Fripsilon knows
Writing the will.
the time is up.
Time is up. Clearinghouse launches a missile barrage. Destroys Sable. We're gonna
Big
shake the
clearinghouse
hands
kill.
and wrap up the game. We
Interesting. I
have
wonder
the
if I think I have seen Chunky Seal play. I think they played a clearinghouse ag infusion last meta
right.
in some of their regionals when they performed quite well.
Yep.
But obviously, doing well here.
Yeah.
That deck is 2-0 and they are 4-0 on the day.
Exactly. That purple card was not Wage Workers. It was a Managarm because it was an
Managram
upgrade.
Skunk Works, that's it. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
It was an upgrade on the remote there, so it couldn't
Yeah.
have been a Wage Workers.
Yeah, but
Showing
Skunk Void Clearinghouse, just very strong setup.
very strong. Just wrapping up formalities.
Yeah, wow, what a game. It's
With
not what I
tense.
expected to see, but I'm very happy that we saw that.
Yeah. RH takes another one. I've met this player. I played with Chunky Seal in my UK locals, and I remember he specifically picks different sleeves to the faction for the hijinks. Say the green sleeves on the Jinteki.
I see.
Now let's move over to Cobra.
Yeah, let's see what else we have. So, Kikai again winning on table 4. I think that means that they are 4-0 as well. And I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but the player that we saw round 1, I believe, on Alco Sterngove, winning again.
Sterngrove. I'm going with.
Which they are, yeah, again, also undefeated. I mean, going into this round, there were 13 players on 3-0.
Yep.
1 player with 7 points, so that would have been 2 wins and a tie. So a lot of strong competition at the top table, certainly.
Definitely. Everyone's bringing their A game today. Trying to make sure they take the best results they can.
Something that has, I think, surprised me is the number of Hoshikos. I just saw there was a win there for Malice Moda on table 13 playing Hashiko, and there's 12 Hashikos here, more than any Shapers, despite the lack of Banhal. Which is interesting to me. What do you think they're playing?
I think
What do you expect to see?
Hashiko is just a credit and a card every 2 turns is quite good. Hashiko has been hit a couple times directly, but I think people are going to be on the companion. I think the companions are a strong economic backbone for a deck.
Yeah. What do you think you replace the Banhal with, though? Do you, like, I guess, add extra copies of Botulus, maybe spend more influence on boomerangs
Botulus is a
to get
good
in?
idea. Before Bangkok got banned, I was actually already saying we should not be running Strike Fund. I think Strike Fund is a card that wants 3 or 4 synergy pieces with it to warrant running the card. Moshing was a strong enough. Moshing and Bankar together were a strong enough synergy piece, and Moshing let you, for a click, trash 3 cards from your hand. You could pick Strike Fund, Steel Skin, and gain 7 credits for 5 cards.
Yeah.
But without it, I think Strike Fund doesn't have enough synergies unless you're doing the Audrey buffer drive Strike Fund recursion engine. I There's gonna be people on Boomerang and Hosh. I think Boomerang Hosh is a fairly popular idea. I've also heard people playing something called Vamp Hosh, which I believe is transfer of wealth.
Yeah, putting the sort of Seb idea into Hoshiko, something that I've seen a few people play. I think Cobra Bubbles was playing it at one event, and I've seen the King also playing a list like that.
And the thing is, without bank has a connection, so if you float the tag from transfer, that they are vulnerable to getting trashed. But with Silver Lining, you have less connections that you care about, and you can maybe float the tag easier.
Yeah, that's true.
Of course, I think Bankar is very important for getting those early accesses, and the best way I could describe it, it was like a card that if you ran every turn, it would save you, 2-3 credits on breaking subroutines, right?
Yeah, if not, making you money if those strike funds were getting hit out of hand, or you're playing a Raindrops Cut Stone and drawing as many cards as you lose.
Exactly. The other thing, the point of contention is that Hosh doesn't want to run it every turn. So backpower isn't as needed in that deck. If you're flip-flopping constantly, you're not taking full advantage of Banhar's ability to bust through ice.
Yeah.
It's a small point of contention, but large enough, I think, to warrant.
It'll be interesting. I hope we get to see a Hoshiko on stream. If not today, then certainly tomorrow, obviously. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting decks, making their way to the top.
Yeah.
Top of these tables, as I said, the Fripsilon having an undefeated Thule at the moment. Despite their somewhat less representative Shaper faction, you see tables 2 and 3 did have 2 Shaper runners, although both lost. All 5 of the top tables being Corp wins here. Less even than previous rounds.
And after round 4 finishes wrapping up, we're gonna have I think an hour lunch break.
Yes, I believe the break will be after this round.
Yeah.
Is there a second break today? I don't know if the second one is a short one.
There's a second break. We're gonna switch over streams as well. After round 5. I have some evening commitments, but yeah. We can get back soon. Anything else you'd like to discuss before we break for lunch?
No. I'll be passing over to, I think Koga's taking over my spot, but I'll be jumping back in for the final rounds of today. So
Yeah,
yeah, looking forward to going back to the audience and watching from afar.
totally. I do like this game. I like
It's a great
playing it.
game. It's a
I
great
like watching
community.
it. I like
I
talking
mean,
about it.
not
It's
only
like,
everyone that's taken the time and money to travel to this event, but also the people that are there, organizing have made a big commitment.
yeah,
And
over 50.
yeah, big shout out to them and anyone else helping with the TO side. These things don't happen without the hard work of the lovely community that we have.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you all for tuning in. We're gonna take a lunch break. We're gonna have the time. We're gonna reconvene on the stream. See you for round 5. Have a good one.
Yeah.
We are indeed. Incredibly. This extended food break we are going through is making things kind of tough, I think, for the organizers. Never
Yeah.
pleasant to see people still waiting on food this late, but I'm sure they'll get through it.
Yeah. In fact, the rounds have just been paired, so we're gonna see people go to the tables. Over in table one, we have Kikai. Kikai is quite a strong player, I think.
Hmm Most definitely.
Yeah. Kikai won Summer Showdown, right?
Was it? Did KK even win? KK won CBI, didn't he?
Yes. Sorry. Kikai
Yeah.
won this year's Invitational in January. Taking the first place with, I believe it was,
I think Hosh.
yeah, Hosh
So-
and
I remember people.
I think it was the kill deck.
Oh, it might have been. It might have been. I mostly remember people joking about the the banker Steve's shackles coming off of him and finally getting to play a good deck and winning with it. That was really, really funny. Always found it so funny.
Yeah.
Um,
And on running we have Zomsrath with Lat.
mhm. Yeah,
Um,
it's not really that popular. Like I've
Yeah.
seen today, lots of criminal, as I think everyone kind of expected. But Lat is good. So still manages to get good results, and there's actually quite a bit of shaper in the top tables at the moment. So pretty cool to see.
Yeah, very cool. What is your opinion on Lat specifically versus other shaper decks?
I haven't really been that active this year, this season especially. But I think shapers have a lot of good answers for kind of anything that can come out of the corp. You have your stone ships for the kill matchups, maybe no free lunches if you want to. You have easy tutoring for breakers. You have kind of easy money, or like easy enough, and you kind of have the best draw among the factions. And when you can play Lat, which also draws as an ID, kind of how Hosh kind of warps the Anarch faction, I think it looks really, really good. But I know a lot of people are playing Magdalene as well, and I haven't
Yeah.
really given that a go yet. But yeah, Lat is just solid and probably works. What do you think about it?
I tried to play a lot of Magdalene when Elevation rolled out. I had a lot of fun with it. It's not really my style. I play a lot of a lot of aggressive criminal style gameplay on the runner. And I enjoyed sort of just sitting back and setting things up, and then they removed deep dive really from the shaper pool, getting people off of it a little bit, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very fair.
And our players are currently setting up, so we're gonna move over to see what they're doing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
In the lat list. And
Yeah,
I think the second card is a Devadatta drone. Did I see that correctly?
I think so. Devadatta drone, not very popular, I don't think.
Right, not yet for sure. But I mean, you mentioned like deep dive now going with the recent ban list, and shapers mostly just relied on deep dive for the most part so far. And so having to kind of adapt now to this new environment, maybe taking something from the kind of popular girls deck, who just used to rely on getting lots of accesses together with Akiko.
Yeah, and setting that up, you have illumination to help set up.
True, yeah. Oh, that's a good point. Illumination to set up like Devadatta and maybe Pretty Mary could definitely be a thing. Huh, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
On the other side, Nebula also is not obvious.
No. Nebula could bring basically anything, and you're never really sure what it could be bringing.
Mhm.
It could be anything. Could be kill. Could be the vanilla fast advance.
Oh yeah. I mean, I I expect like the top nebulas to also be on kill for the most part. Uh, Mostly because you have two lines. It feels like.
Yeah.
Some people maybe try to go the kill line with no intention of scoring whatsoever, but I think most of them keep that option open a lot of the times.
Mhm.
And so you're kind of forced, you kind of need to interact due to Nebula, but then you also don't really want to hit an agenda because then maybe the Oppo comes and you're not really ready for it. And so it's quite an interesting um, dynamic, I think. Not loved by many due to Nebula kind of just sitting back, not doing much apparently, but it is like in terms of what the corp is trying to set up. I think it's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Those like difficult states trying to make people run through dangerous servers. It's not. It's not like that much different. It's just there's one less server.
Oh yeah, like the fact that like you shore up your weakness by setting up your win condition at the same time, like you just ice centrals, is
Mhm.
I think that's what's like most people are kind of annoyed by.
I
But
think there is room
yeah.
to explore for a Nebula deck that runs a proper remote.
Yes, yes,
Nobody's been trying to build that, but I think there is probably some room for that somewhere.
oh, absolutely. I think like the payoff isn't really there at the moment. It's
Mhm.
like, yeah, you can make remotes, but you don't really have anything particularly threatening for the runner to put there. Uh, but you could definitely see some type of a shift where you play in a way that is like reminiscent of replicating perfection from long, long time ago.
Oh
In
yes.
that, right? Because like you're kind of making the runner waste clicks on centrals before, like outside of just interacting with your board.
Yes.
And like, I mean, it's kind of weird now because like Sable is so popular, and so like getting the click back kind of doesn't really make that. I think like it contributes to not making that
Mhm.
particularly interesting at the moment. But I think if Sable's popularity goes down because other IDs become better, then it's definitely an option.
Totally. Another payoff card I think is um Hollow Man. The name escaped me for a bit.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I was so worried you were about to say fat. No, yeah, Hollow is a really good payoff
Yeah,
card.
I
I
think
mean, yeah.
it's just MBN has a hard time defending servers. They have very good taxing ice, and they have well, not very good. There's one good taxing ice that's Mr. Jestful,
Mm-hmm.
and they have a lot of really good gear checks. I think
Mm-hmm.
you know paying uh virtual services agent. I think is
Yes.
underrated.
Uh, I think there's like even F2P
Yeah,
and
F2P. People experimented with F2P.
yeah, but it's like again, like if you're thinking of Nebula, yeah, it's porous, but having to pay 4 every time you want to run through is still not nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know about you, I've been a fan of NPOT recently. I think
Endpot.
it's an
Endpot is
underrated
interested.
device.
Yeah, 4 for 4 is a good stat line, and you have 3 subroutines. I was
Yeah.
more keen on running Endpot when, I think in a pinch, it's good against Bankar, and
Mhm.
time has just started. Our players are shuffling up, and we're gonna go when the reaches 40. So here we go.
Let's go. All right. Huh. I don't think we've seen them all. Am I correct?
No, I haven't seen them on the top tables. Yeah.
Hmm. And this is already interesting from Kikai. Look
Oh
at
my
this.
goodness.
Draw, hedge, install a new remote. This is not what you
No,
envision
really.
your Nebula game to start, right?
Yeah,
This
this
is
is
really
reminiscent of the first replicating perfection gameplay you said earlier.
yeah.
Are they gonna run to flip your ID, but then they don't have a click to set up? Maybe to like check this remote server. It's probably a spin doctor, but
Oh, and I spy a little illumination there
yeah,
in hand, and
exactly,
that's what's coming. I
exactly.
think Kikai kind of banking on the fact that, you know, if you're the runner just want to make a useless run to just
Oh my
flip me,
goodness.
it's fine. But this is
Oh,
all but a useless run. Look at this value.
oh my
Getting the access,
goodness.
flipping the ID, getting Madani, and a lot of money on the board. This is crazy.
Holy cow. That's a good card when it lands
Yeah,
like that.
hey, that's that's kind of
What
good.
is
Yeah,
that? 6 credits worth of clicks?
oof.
Something like that?
Yeah, look, I don't even want to math. I'm just gonna say it's goated. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it is goated. Lat taking 3 credits from the teleport contract that's been set down. Moneying up.
And not able to draw with the ID, interestingly enough, because of too many installs out of Illumination.
Yeah. Is this
Yeah,
another hedge fund?
I have no idea.
I don't know what
That
this
is,
alt art is.
I have no clue what all that is. But it is an operation, you know, it's making money, and Nebula is flipping again.
Still no ice?
That's crazy. And also, that kind of makes me doubt that that's a spin as a first install. Because wouldn't you res it to find some ice at that point? So I think something fishy is going on here, and I'm not really yet sure what it is.
Someone in
Is it?
chat is commenting that they think they can see a end of the line in hand
And public trail.
and public trail.
Huh.
Huh.
Well, that makes this start a lot more interesting.
Face down
Uh,
cards. Okay, Lat running one of them, just trying to get some information.
oh, oh, that is.
Ooh, that is scary.
I also think I don't think it could have been public trail end of the line because I think the runner was on 3 cards, and 7 credits. There's no way, right? There's no way Kikai missed lethal turn 2, right?
I don't think so. No, I want to see the hand again. Kikai, can you flash it to the camera?
The card of the main that was played last turn is a petty cash. I'm
Petty
just able
cash.
to see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good card. Flips Nebula 2 times.
Yeah. Sounds like make you wonder, like, did these cards even come out in the same set? Nah, there's no way, right? They could never print such a support card for this ID in the same set, right?
It's a good card. It's a fun card. Petty cash.
Yeah.
It's I would never play it on my own, but you know, as soon as there's one support piece and another agenda stolen off an
That's
HQ
a
run.
false lead. Very old alt art of false lead. I think even official from FFG.
FFG.
Wow.
Okay, this is an all-in kill deck on
Oh,
Nebula
yeah. With no ice.
with no ice.
And yeah, table behold, as Jonald is pointing out, very much a possibility actually.
Hold would be brutal here.
Yeah, and really makes you wonder. Never mind, it is a spin, huh? Just to deny the lat draw.
Yeah,
So
denying
just
lat draw
wait
is,
for lat.
is big value here.
Oh yeah.
Every turn you can deny lat from getting his ID trigger is a card he doesn't get. Is one more turn, one more click that they have to dig through manually. It adds up.
Oh yeah, definitely. But you also have to to start to wonder. It's like this Nebula, like the issue with Nebula and like flipping is that the operations do run out at some point, and you do kind of need to set up these eyes as soon as you can.
Mm-hmm.
And so Kikai realizes that, decides to draw with a planogram. Finally finds, I think, the first eyes. I think it's the Serevna. But I did see the public trail. Gotta say, I did see it.
Okay.
So we're just
So
maybe
we
waiting
have
on
a
the end of the
pub
line.
trail in hand already.
Yeah, we do. So waiting on the end of the line, and now waiting for the runner to make a mistake. That's a YDL for
Lot.
$6.
Big money.
Maybe 7.
Big money.
That's a lot. And
YDL is another favorite card of mine. I've been talking about it. I love it.
it's so good. It's a shame we don't have a bacterial again.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
that was,
The
that was
power.
so fun. And we see the first Oppo. This is just a small Oppo, I think. Not
Not spending
too
the
big
big
a deal.
bucks.
Yeah, not on thread 3 yet. So we're still getting some time to chill and figure out what to do.
The yellow
Go from here.
cubes on that, those are the tags.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So we see yeah, lots of different types of counters. There's even the dice for lat to remember about the draw.
Mm-hmm.
And we see the first Nuka. So Zamzor has to be able to start zooming a little bit faster. Fermenter on the board ticking. We are now getting the lat draw for the first time. And money is fine.
Sitting on
So we
4
should be
credits, I
golden.
think.
Mm-hmm. 4 credits with the telework. And we see a spec work in hand. So whenever he decides to start putting programs on top of the Madani, then we'll get some things going.
Nebula trying to kill. Kikai looking at his options, just going over the board.
And yeah, maybe still forced to draw to find things to do.
I think I saw a ping.
Yeah, there is definitely one piece of ice at least, and there is a Hollow Man that I spy. But no time for that. We get the Nebula trigger because the runner chose not to run, not to interact, and so get the click back and get more stuff to do. But again,
Another face down.
and we are getting our first piece of ice on R&D,
On
just to protect
R&D.
from further eliminations.
Yeah,
I think.
random snipes off of agendas. I don't think we saw any in HQ, so just leave it open.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're definitely correct. And there is another Oppo, I think, in hand, just waiting for more steals.
Perfect. We were talking about this replicating perfection sort of gameplay. And Kikai, I think I predicted it even.
Yeah, it's going that way.
Now Zomzrath knows that there is a public trail, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Very aware of the
Very
possibility
aware
now.
of the danger.
Yeah, and I think setting up the stone ship that I think is in the runner's hand at the moment is gonna become much more alluring now. So maybe set up a Nuka, draw a bit, put the stone ship down, and stash some stuff on Madani. Could be part of the plan, but choosing to take the money off of the fermenter, probably expecting a purge soon enough.
Going up to 12 credits with 3 available to take from
Yeah,
Telework
that's a lot.
contract.
Damn.
Lots of
And there we
cash.
go. Lots of draw on the board as well. That draw going out it. Yep, 6 in hand. Stone ship, Nuka down.
I'm impossible to kill.
And eating good at the same time, getting ready to set up. Devarada's still there. There's a Muse. I think there's even a Rising Tide, if I think I saw. So things looking very well for the runner. And Kikai just giving it a think, trying to figure out what's actually needed to get the game back on track. This is not a good position. You can manage to still kill, like, kind of snatch games from the claws of the runner later on, but you do kind of need the false lead, and you do
Yeah.
need the runner to start spending resources to flip you back. So kind of an awkward position, I would say. Yeah, big think.
Big think. I don't blame anyone
And
for taking a think in this situation.
Now, this is interesting. You flip me back? Okay, I'm gonna public trail you. Like, I know I can't kill you, but the tech still matters. Because now, Kikai is full of money, doesn't really mind spending some, and even just clearing Nuka or the stone ship early is actually gonna help a lot.
Yeah.
And so
Basically,
just pop the
Basically using the public trail here as a there's that old Wayland card where you make the runner lose 4.
Oh, Econ Warfare.
Yes. It's
Yes.
a yellow Econ Warfare. And Zomtraf does choose to spend 8 credits, so big Econ Warfare basically. Down to 3 credits. 6 credits on with the telework contracts in
Not much
on the
else
board.
at the moment, yeah. Like, this is basically an 8 cost stone ship. I never thought I'd see the day someone wanted to play a card like that, but Zomstrat is that's basically how he's valuing the stone ship. 8 credits.
8 credits. It's a good card. It's a good card.
Yeah, 100%. And I think also thinking about the Muse, possibly looking to get the fermenter back on the table and chilling for a little bit, hoping to flip Nebula back a couple times without stealing, without risking another oppo, while getting back in the money range. Kikai, slamming another card on the board.
Oh, scary.
Asset spam.
So, Kikai here is on 19 credits, right?
Oh yeah, that's
big
a lot.
Money.
You have money for kind of anything you'd ever really want. You can pick oppo, you can res ice as soon as you draw them, and you can pay for traps. If there's any behold here, you definitely don't mind paying for that.
Maybe we see Checkist Scion.
Oh, I would love that.
That's
I would really love
card.
that.
Checkist Scion, for those who don't know, gives a tag when you access it while it's installed, and then 1 more for each additional advancement on Checkist Scion. It could be an option in this Nebula deck.
Oh yeah, very much so. I mean, one of the interesting things about the Kill Nebula deck is that you don't really mind drawing a next big thing early, as soon like given that you can keep some money.
Exactly.
You are entirely fine installing it naked on the board and advancing it twice, because no matter what happens, you get to your other cards, to your combo with the counter, whether you score it or the runner steals it, and you get to threat 3 anyway, so you can still big oppo. So I think getting one checkist in that sense, like getting to install it, advance it twice, and dare the runner to go steal it. Oh, and it's definitely fun, you know.
I'm not sure if Kikai went that direction, but fun to speculate on.
Yeah, 100%. And first Madani click, we see multiple copies of Muse and Rising Tide.
Yes. Is that 3 or 4?
Let's see.
Oh,
there's another
4.
tell.
There's one on the bottom.
I think that's the Madani itself.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it might be the Madani itself. But yeah, keeping some programs in hand, worrying about flat draws. Kikai with the table Hollow Man moving to the other table card. You don't see that every day.
Is he gonna
And
score
we
out?
might. Yeah, I mean that might be a next big thing. Oh no, that's
Headed.
That's embedded. It looks like. So maybe thinking about
How
over
much to
advancing
over
it.
advance? Yeah.
That's cracked. When have you ever seen a Nebula do this?
Okay, so
Clickless hedge fund,
hedge fund,
advance.
advance.
There we go. Now this is a 4 advancement,
Wow.
like 4 agenda counters. Because like
Wow.
this is the
This
I
is
think this is the only dividends agenda that has dividends too.
yes. Some of the old over advancing cards had, I think, Project Beetle was basically a dividend 0.5.
Correct.
Functionally, but end of the line to the top of the deck.
Oh no.
Okay.
You know, this
The benefit of over advancing here is Kikai has Spin Doctor out, so Kikai can just shuffle all the operations that he wants, get them back immediately next turn, threaten 3 turns of threatening into the line basically.
Yeah, I mean, this might be a good time to actually run and clear the spin.
Yeah, I agree.
Because
Although
it's also threat 2.
what if Kikai doesn't pop it? Because the end of the line's on the top of the deck. What if he just says,
That's
okay,
true.
send your 2 credits?
I think it might be, that might be fine. I mean, if you clear the spin now, and you sit on threat 2, there is no false lead. You have enough money on the board you can get right now to survive the oppo. Then if the second oppo is played, it means there might be just one in the deck that Kikai needs to get right away with the agenda. But after that, if you still manage as Zomsraf to survive the third oppo, now Kikai has to draw another spin to shuffle back the oppos.
Yeah.
So it's actually a bit tougher than it might look.
Madani getting used to resurrect the fermenter from the runner heap here at the end of the corporation's turn. Zomsraft taking his time, thinking about his options this turn as we're approaching halfway through the round 5. Scores are currently 2 and 2. Could go any direction, really.
Oh yeah. Both people are setting up, but the Nebula setup is definitely something that doesn't really appear to be that that's standard, let's say.
Yes, it's very fluid.
All these open remotes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kikai taking end of the line into the hand. The beautiful ult art there being end of the line. Removing a tag, dealing 4 meat damage. If Zomdraft ever drops below 7 credits and 3 cards, he has to really think carefully about what he interacts with.
And
so
we see why.
Spin Doctor getting back Public Trail and the second card was that
I think it was
Behold?
no, there was an Oppo.
Another Oppo. Okay.
Yep. And immediately looking for the public trail again.
Yep, putting it on top of the deck.
Well, this is actually concerning.
Very concerning.
Oh, and the line here was hedge fund purge.
Oh.
That is really interesting.
Oh my goodness. Spend a whole turn, but it doesn't matter because you're drawing the right cards you need with embedded.
Yep. It's interesting because you're also like by getting the public trail back right away, you're also not drawing into your false lead, which is still kind of a needed card for the skill variant. You really want to score a false lead and then big oppo and play 2 copies of another line, ideally. Or some combination of touch-ups and all the rest. So yes, you are keeping threats in hand, but the runner doesn't really care about running at the moment. Nothing is really happening on the corp side. So I think Zomsdraft can just chill, install a bunch of cards, get money, figure out a way to keep the value going. We even see a Chesve there to get
Chesva
even
and
more
Lats. That's
Madani.
really fun.
Yeah, that's a lot of little Madani value with it.
Ooh,
Look at that.
all those Madani cards.
I think we see, so the Chesv is installed, there's a fermenter, there is an echelon, and the Divadata we saw before. That is, and there's a Principia left in hand, an Azimuth. Damn, this deck is full of programs.
Do you think that's why Kikai purged? There's like, he has no threat, so he might as well keep the runner down economically.
Yeah, I think that has to be one of the reasons why. And apparently, knowing you have something else to jam and another piece of ice is, well, it's definitely a great reason to keep purging the fermenters.
Yeah, totally.
All you care about is the runner's money at the moment. You are fine with your own. You don't really care.
You have so much money. You're probably
Yeah,
set for the whole game.
Oh yeah. Especially considering you'll keep dripping some credits whenever you play a Oppo, whenever you play a public trail. So I think you're definitely fine. But as Zomsdraft, like, what is your approach here? What is it you're trying to do?
Find a second stone ship.
That's a starting point for sure.
Beyond that, I do want to flip this Nebula.
Mm-hmm.
Extra credits is fine. It's whatever. They have so many credits. Extra clicks is scary.
Mm. And I think there's like 1 or even maybe 2 copies of Petty Cash in the bin still.
Yep.
So
we see Zomraf pop one of the fermenters for 4 credits here, knowing that Kikai might just purge again next turn.
And I think also opening up the Muse to a spec work is also kind of pleasant. And starts to interact. Trash is the first hollow. Card has been there on the table for a long time, but it hasn't really been used in any way. It hasn't even been moved to a central, which is kind of wild if you think about it. And we see another spin. Spin that draws into spin. Love to see it. And I think a planogram, I guess. And yeah, but nothing is really happening here. There's nothing really going on here.
A lot of waiting.
Yeah, a lot of optimization on setups. But it may look like it's boring to some people. I think there is a lot of stuff going on under the surface.
Yeah.
And this
Here we
is
go. Another
Minnesota.
public trail.
Oh, and the Starship did get popped, by the way. Some draft with 7 cards in hand at the start of the turn. Floating the tag?
Yeah,
Huh.
just taking the tag. It's like, you can't kill me with 7 cards. I'll just clear the... I'll clear the tag on my turn.
Mm-hmm.
Another install.
That's what. That has to be the other spin, right?
And a big Oppo, I believe.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now
Oh,
the
we don't have threat.
but now the oh you don't have threat, you're right. I was wondering like if like floating the one tag was like it's gonna be a costly mistake. But you're entirely fine with that. Now small fix. Kikai played the Oppo as third click, forgetting he had the fourth with the ID. So
Yep.
they just got a credit in there, snuck it in there.
And the runner's now sitting on 9 credits. There's 3 counters on Fermenter for another 6.
Mm-hmm.
We've got We've got 3 counters left on telework.
Oh yeah.
I think Zumsraft is very happy here.
Oh, definitely. You're on 8 credits. You can easily clear. Fermenter is ticking. The question is, what do you do with the remaining click? Do you stash cards on Madani? Do you interact with the card that was just installed? Do you think it's a false lead that you need to pay attention to? We'll see. The 3 clears.
3
Pretty.
clears and the last important click. Only on 2 clicks.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a bit dangerous to interact here, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, just installing a...
Okay. Huh.
DZMZ.
Not a DZMZ.
Yes.
Hell yeah. And
Then
getting a
getting
coalescence down
coal.
for free. I missed that card there. Yeah, that's really helpful, actually.
Getting 4 credits for free.
Huh. Ha ha ha.
Juicy. Top card.
So now, ooh, the touch-ups. Shuffling back with a spin, getting another Oppo in public trade. Who would have guessed? Never seen that one before, huh?
Time is ticking down. We only have 12 minutes left on the clock. Someone's gonna have to touch another agenda or score something, or someone's gonna have to misplay and fall to their death. And it's not like a like you can make such a small tiny error and you just die for it. It's not. I've died plenty of times.
I think everyone has, honestly, at this point.
Yeah.
Between this and
the last one.
Damn. There's a petty cache, I think, and an ice. Like Kikai just looking for agendas at this point. They're just not showing up.
That non-equivalent exchange.
It is. It is. Not giving the money. It's just a clickless 3 credits for you.
Mm-hmm.
So, but decides to again play operation, get some money, and purge. This fermenter is not getting cracked anytime soon.
Yeah. Could see Zomraft crack it for 4 credits again.
We'll see.
Take the liquid cash.
Yeah, you you can start to wonder if like clicking for 2 is worth it at some point. Just to get it out of the way.
Open
and
up
free
your
up some
memory.
menu. Yeah. I mean, you're looking at an illumination now in hand with Pretty Mary. So I think
going for
just going for it, yeah.
Keen spotting that, Koga.
There we go, and it's a Tsarevna there. Giving the money.
Earlier. Yeah.
You have to break, like, you can break only 1.
Tsarevna does 2 damage, gives a tag, and lets the corp draw up to 2 cards.
Oh yeah. Oh, this is so annoying. So you're on 6 MU. You replace the coalescence to fetch something. Oh, there we go. Physerum. don't have to care about
Doesn't
that now.
matter if you can't break it if you just bypass it. Actually overriding the fermenter, sending it straight into the heat.
Damn. Just
But
not to
time,
override the news.
yeah, time is ticking down.
Yeah.
10 minutes left. 9:55 on the clock.
And look at that board. Oh, looking at 3 cards now. Devadada and Pretty Mary. Public Trail is back on top. Hidden card. No agendas. What is this?
Ooh.
And I do also wonder, how does Kikai even respond to this? Like, do you try to shuffle the deck to draw into agendas or something? Like, what
I
are
don't
you
know.
actually looking for here? It's tough.
If he knows the top 3 cards are safe, but he also knows they're not agendas, so he might shuffle back before his turn starts.
Mm-hmm. Really need this kind of false lead.
Yeah, the
but
false
there,
leaf steal has put him behind.
there
I
is
could see,
no.
I could see one avenue of winning.
Mm-hmm.
Landing with some number of tags, and if Zongstraf doesn't clear, Kikai could shuffle back the Oracle to gain a point lead as the time runs out.
Oh yeah. I'm not sure what happened to the telework there. Zomsov trashed it and didn't get the money. The money went to the bank.
Oh, just exchanging the types.
Maybe. Yeah, that's fair. Got worried there a little bit. But
Playing
Kikai,
Operation, flipping Nebula.
yeah. Oh yeah. Zomshaft pedal to the metal, finding another stone ship. I think this is the last one. This is very key, and you have to make sure you keep cards in the deck actually. For that to actually do something, we have seen in the past situations where, like, Hoshiko decks would run out of the deck
Exactly,
and
and then
couldn't
the
really
card
save
doesn't do
themselves anymore.
anything.
That's so funny. But I mean, LUT is optional,
Yeah.
so should
You
never
don't
run
have
into
to draw.
that. Please remember not to draw sometimes.
On the other hand, a card survives double end of the line.
Oh yeah, 100%. There we go. Public Trail. Oh, didn't make a run.
Oh.
You didn't see that. Forget this card is in my hand.
Oops.
Yeah, that's what 7 minutes kind of does to you at some point.
Yeah. Taking
10
down
minutes
that
on the clock. Damn.
We might see tie.
Yeah, this is really cutting it close. But these agendas just nowhere to be found.
Both of these players want to vie for a win here on the top table here.
Hell yeah. Yeah. This is like a very, very important match, and like it's just so weird. Things are going like.
Things are
Score
moving on
is
the board, but nothing's like happening.
yeah, this, like being 2-2 this late.
Where are these agendas?
Like, check his deck box, Judge. Come on, like, what is going on here? There's something going wrong, and also no hollow. But like the fact that you have these petty caches sitting in the bin for this long without any fast advanceable agenda,
yeah,
is crazy. This makes no sense, and like you can tell Kike is just looking for those because like he's not even using the agenda counters on the 32.
Checking the time. 5 minutes
Look at
left.
that. Yeah, this is so hard. And they're trying to play as fast as they can.
But they spent a lot of time thinking already.
Yeah.
So overclock on R&D. Another ice. It's Mr. Chestbook.
Ooh, this
code
is
gate.
annoying.
Do we have a decoder?
We have a muse. It's fine. We can deal with that. but that might be expensive actually. Oh, trashing the Physarum, reinstalling it makes a lot
Very
of sense.
clever.
Love to see it.
Spend 2 credits to pass through.
Spend 3 for the Seremna with the Echelon on the board. That's great. And
Hard. Will we shuffle back? We are going to shuffle back.
oh, we are. Interesting. Choosing to dilute the deck instead of let the runner take the axis. Oh, no.
No,
He's
no.
thinking about it. Yeah. Let the
He's
runner
put it-
take
he's
the
put it back.
axis. False lead.
Ah,
Rip it. And a think tank as well. Zomsdraft jumping up to 4. And now the next big thing is a real issue.
yeah. But I don't think... How many clicks does Zongraf have left? Enough to clear this tag?
I think it might actually be 3.
Might be 5 clicks,
Uh,
yeah.
So this is okay. We're replacing the Devadatta. We get a coalescence in. We get the money. We have a stone ship on the board. So even
Now we're clearing
okay,
the
clear
tag.
tag. Great. Still have money for Oppo. Discard Madani. Discard whatever you feel like discarding, and the stone ship is there. Draw with Lat. We're golden. And Kikai not shuffling with a spin right now, choosing to just go for public trail. And Zomsdraft really has to think here. 2 clicks left after this. There is a big Oppo coming. You kind of know about it. But if you don't pay, well, then your stone ship is getting trashed.
Five tags is going to be very impossible to clear.
Damn. Yeah, this is tough. And it goes for a Plano. Not even Oppo.
Okay.
Hold up. There's 2 more copies of Another Line in hand. Wait. Is this 4th click? Oh, Zomsdraft knows. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, this is backbreaking. Oh no. Yeah, this is a huge issue now for Kikai.
Yeah, totally.
Now there is one agenda in hand, so now you're flipping. Zomsdraft has to interact to flip Kikai back again. But if you steal a 1-pointer again or a 2-pointer, then the Oppo threat is back up.
Yeah, totally.
But no more.
But 2 minutes, those seconds are crawling.
Oh,
Sometimes it's so slow, but I feel both of the players are
off.
feeling the time pressure on them right now.
Hell yeah. And they also forgot to flip Nebula. I hope that doesn't create any issues. That would be a shame. Okay, great. They're onto it. They can clearly listen to me. Yeah, Jonald, it was Planogram 3rd click thinking there was a 4th click for Oppo, which clearly there wasn't.
1 minute 30.
Oh, I'm just going for the axes. Look at that.
Oh,
There is a Tomorrow's Headline. Another agenda rip.
That's
Damn,
where they all were.
Zomdraft. Oh, whew.
Oh,
Just getting blessed by RNGs here with agendas not showing up for Kikai. Game would have been a lot different with those agendas showing up earlier.
absolutely. And
beautifully played, honestly.
well played from both players, I think. That was very... The deck building from Kikai, like, it's just replicating perfection, but in NPN, it's really interesting. For the people who have not played with replicating perfection, that's a Jinteki ID that says the first run against... It's like you can't run remotes, turn this off if you run a central.
Yeah, you have to have run a central before running a remote in the same turn.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be successful, you know?
You just have to attempt it.
do your best. That's what I always say. But yeah, this was a wild game, super tight. Like the way agendas showed up, super interesting. But despite all that, the game was super close. Like
Yeah.
the game basically came down to the little fourth click issue there at the end. It was 100% anyone's game.
Uh-huh. And just playing for so long, it's so hard to, keep track. It's so hard to be aware all the time, and a tiny little error can cost you the game.
Hey,
Going over to
top
the
tables.
scores, let's take a look. Ikai and Zomzra, not yet scored the game, but I'm sure they're going to score soon enough. Pincel on table 4 with Precision Design. Let's go. Another win for Precision Design. Such a fun deck. We saw it earlier. I love how it plays. It feels so good.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm very sad for Percobolo. I know what the Zaya is. Really want those Zayas to win, not gonna lie.
I do like Zaya as well.
Yeah, lots of results here, but still quite a few of them missing, despite the timer running very low. Especially in the top tables.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about how everyone, those extra moments of thinking, you need to spend those, but they do add up. One of the really important skills is just knowing when to spend time to think. Sometimes you don't need to spend the time.
That's very true. I think like thinking back to the game, I think all of the time used to make sure things were going correctly was 100% deserved. The matchup is not easy, especially from the runner's perspective.
Not at all.
So, yeah, that is a tough situation. But Zomsraft again, like just approach it beautifully. Honestly.
Yeah, well played.
Didn't run when he didn't need to. Was like, sure, you can stay flipped for a few turns. I don't really care about it.
Even floated some tags occasionally.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's crazy.
We're going to head into a break now. We're going to talk with the commentators. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Thank you for watching.